Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on GM2 gangliosidosis, known as Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. I'm joined here in the studio by Kathy Flynn, the CEO of the National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases Association, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Kathy to provide some opening remarks. Kathy?
Thank you, James. Welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on GM2 gangliosidosis, known as Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. As James mentioned, my name is Kathy Flynn, and I'm proud to serve as CEO of the National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases Association. Founded in 1957, NTSAD is one of the oldest rare disease patient advocacy organizations in the United States. Our mission is to lead the worldwide fight to treat and cure Tay-Sachs, Canavan, GM1, and Sandhoff diseases by driving research, forging collaboration, and fostering community. Supporting families is the center of everything we do. Each year, we serve more than 750 families affected by rare neurodegenerative diseases. On behalf of the GM2 rare disease community, we are grateful to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for granting us permission to host this meeting. And we extend a warm welcome to the members of the FDA joining us today. We hope that you will learn a lot from the GM2 community, including 2 expert clinicians, as well as several extraordinary parents of children with GM2 and courageous adults with GM2. They want to share their stories with you. Thank you and welcome to our meeting sponsors. We're grateful to Sanofi, the Cure Tay-Sachs Foundation, New York Area Fund at NTSAD, Matthew Forbes Romer Foundation, Azafaros, and JCR Pharmaceuticals for their generous financial support. And thanks to our patient advocacy community partners, Blue Jeans Foundation, the CATS Foundation, and members of the new Global GM1 and GM2 Alliance. We appreciate your participation. Also with us today are representatives from biotech and biopharma companies who invest in rare disease research, as well as members of scientific communities from clinical and research centers throughout the world. Their efforts, along with advancements in clinical trials, will move us closer to a promising future. Most importantly, a warm welcome to those who live with or have been directly impacted by Tay-Sachs or Sandhoff disease. GM2 has a severe impact on the quality of life, affecting children and adults in ways that can be difficult for people outside of their families to fully understand. Infants and children diagnosed with GM2 often experience severe neurological impairment, including motor deficits, muscle weakness, hypotonia, decreased responsiveness, vision deterioration, and seizures. Their developmental degeneration often progresses quite rapidly. People with the adult form of GM2 experience similar symptoms: loss of mobility, tremors, speech, and cognitive decline as their disease advances over time. Some adults with Tay-Sachs also exhibit psychiatric symptoms. Medical problems associated with GM2 are sometimes so severe that affected children and adults and their families experience significant challenges with daily activities and often face social isolation. GM2 is physically life-limiting and psychologically devastating for patients and those who care for them. Despite the severe manifestations of Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases, there are no FDA-approved treatments. Our hope is that this meeting will inform and encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with GM2 who urgently need treatment options. The entire GM2 community is grateful for the opportunity to ensure that the patient and family perspectives are heard and considered during the drug development, clinical trial design, and regulatory processes. We hope that you will remember what you hear today and understand the critical need for treatments for Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. During the meeting, we encourage audience participation. So if you are an individual living with GM2 or you care for a child with GM2, we invite you and your loved ones to call in or write in to share your experiences. We also ask that you stay with us throughout the day and participate in audience polling. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we will do our best to get to as many phone calls and email comments as we can. When participating, please only use your first name, city and state, or country. No other identifying information should be shared. Please be assured that any comments we are unable to share are still very important and will be included in a summary report called The Voice of the Patient that will capture this special day. As we begin, I'm delighted to introduce a representative from the FDA who will provide opening comments. Dr. Jacqueline Karp is the clinical team lead in the Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics in the Office of New Drugs for the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. This center evaluates and regulates new drug treatments for many rare disorders. We are pleased to have Dr. Karp with us today. Dr. Karp, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jackie Karp, a clinical team lead in the Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics at the FDA. I would like to thank the National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases Association for scheduling this patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, meeting and inviting me to speak, listen, and learn from all of you today. Most importantly, I would like to thank the patients and caregivers for their willingness to share their stories and personal perspectives on living with GM2. Meetings such as these provide an important opportunity for the FDA and other stakeholders to hear directly from patients and their families about the symptoms that matter most to them, the impact the disease has on their daily lives, and their experiences with currently available treatments. Here's my disclosure slide. This presentation is not intended to convey official FDA policy, and I have no financial disclosures. I'll start by giving a very broad overview of what we do at the FDA. The FDA is responsible for protecting the public health by ensuring the safety, efficacy, and security of human and veterinary drugs, biological products, and medical devices, and by ensuring the safety of our nation's food supply, cosmetics, and products that emit radiation. There are multiple centers within the FDA that are responsible for the different aspects of this mission. The Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, where I work, is the center that is responsible for ensuring that safe and effective drugs are available. Now I'll briefly discuss the process of drug development. There is a lot of focus on the approval phase, but that is just the culmination of a long process that extends from initial drug discovery all the way through to drug approval. Although the FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, there are additional key stakeholders, including, but not limited to, medical product developers or sponsors, study investigators, and of course, patients, families, and caregivers. This slide has a schematic of the drug development timeline. Approval depends on a solid foundation from the very beginning of a drug's development, starting with sound basic science to identify the right compound, solid preclinical studies to better understand how the drug works in animals, and to identify any potential safety risks, and then clinical trials in patients that are designed to show the safety and benefit of the drug. The FDA does not develop drugs, but we do meet with sponsors throughout the development process and provide guidance. For instance, in the preclinical phase, we meet with the sponsor to discuss the upcoming first-in-human studies. Issues such as appropriate doses to be used and how safety will be monitored are discussed in those meetings. Later on, we meet to discuss trial design for the pivotal trials the sponsor intends to use to seek approval. At these meetings, we often discuss issues such as the appropriate patient population, dosing regimen, and outcome measures that will be used to demonstrate that the drug is effective. Ultimately, after the trials are completed, the FDA reviews all of the data and information the sponsor submits to determine if the drug is safe and effective and should be approved. Then, after approval, we review the post-marketing safety information. This is the information the public, including patients, doctors, and pharmacists, reports to the FDA regarding any unexpected or concerning side effects patients might have experienced while taking the approved drug. Now we move on to why PFDD meetings such as this one are so important. Patient perspective plays a key role from the very beginning of drug development. We recognize that patients are the real experts and they hold the information that all stakeholders need to know about the symptoms and burdens that matter most to them, and also what risks they are willing to accept for a certain level of benefit. The primary goal of PFDD is to ensure that patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities are meaningfully incorporated into drug development and evaluation. Early on during the preclinical phase of development, before the drug is given to humans, the information we learn from patients can help sponsors to better design clinical trials by focusing on demonstrating that the drug has an effect on outcome measures that patients report are most meaningful to them. As mentioned on this slide, patient perspectives can also help sponsors gain insight prior to clinical trials on how to recruit and retain patients for these trials. Patient perspectives can help elucidate what motivates participation in a clinical trial. For example, assurance that the investigational drug will be received by the patient during or after the placebo-controlled portion of a trial. Patient perspectives can also help elucidate what helps promote retention in a trial. For example, limiting the number of burdensome procedures or visits. Additionally, clinical trials should incorporate patient-reported outcome data and patient preference information so that the FDA can incorporate this information into our benefit risk assessments. Benefit risk assessment is integrated into FDA's review of marketing applications for new drugs. Broadly speaking, this is making an informed judgment as to whether the benefits of the drug outweigh the risks. These are just a few examples of how incorporating patient perspectives into development can favorably impact development and increase the likelihood of success of a drug development program. In summary, the information we obtain at meetings like this is critical and will strengthen our understanding of GM2 and how it impacts patients. This input will help all stakeholders in their respective roles in the drug development and evaluation process. The information shared today will also be compiled into a publicly available report placed on the FDA website so it can inform all stakeholders well into the future. After the report from this meeting is compiled, a link to it will be posted on the website listed here, CDER's Patient-Focused Drug Development homepage, which is also a very helpful resource for other PFDD matters. Thank you all again for the opportunity for me to speak and listen and learn today. We are all here to hear the voice of the patient, the most important stakeholder in this endeavor. So thank you for taking the time to participate in this meeting and for sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karp. Now I'd like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine. James has worked the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. While at the FDA, James helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping to plan and moderate many externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. It has been our pleasure to work with James in planning this meeting. And now over to you, James.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy, and it's such a pleasure to be with the GM2 community this morning, and I'm looking forward to getting to engage and hear from so many of you. So now that we have turned to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers. So patient-focused drug development, as we just heard, is a more systematic way of gathering patients' perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As we heard from FDA's Dr. Karp, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of GM2 to inform drug development and review. Today is truly a unique opportunity for this rare disease community, given this is less than one of the less than 100 EL-PFDD meetings held to date, despite the fact that there are over 10,000 known rare diseases. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. So in our morning sessions, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease, including the top symptoms and health effects, and how the condition impacts daily life. We will explore these topics first in a session dedicated to hearing the voices of families affected by infantile and juvenile onset GM2. After this, we'll have a similar session to hear from patients and families living with adult onset GM2. In our afternoon session, we'll bring everyone back together to explore your experiences with treatments and disease management strategies, as well as seek your input on what represents your top treatment goals for new drugs. In this session, we'll bring everyone in the GM2 community together. So what will these 3 sessions look like? Well, we'll be hearing from this community in a number of ways. First, we'll be hearing from a panel of patients living with GM2 and their direct caregivers who will be sharing their experiences, setting a good foundation for the larger audience discussion that will follow. These panelists were selected to reflect a range of experiences with GM2. However, we know that no individual panel can reflect that full range of experiences, which is why after those panels, we'll move into a facilitated audience discussion with all of you, all of our patients and caregivers in the audience. This audience discussion will build on those panels. I'll be asking you questions and inviting you into the discussion. You'll be able to participate in that discussion in one of 2 ways. The first and best way to share your voice is by calling in. However, you can also submit written comments using the web form on the live web page player page today. Finally, throughout today's session, we'll be broadening your input through use of polling questions. We'll be inviting our patients and caregivers only to use their phone or a web browser to respond. And you can actually go ahead and get into this system now, because once you're in it, you'll be able to stay on the polling throughout the entire day. So if you can go ahead now for all of our patients and caregivers and their family members, pull out your phone, open up a tab on your computer's web browser, and go to www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Again, feel free to go there now, www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD, and we'll be getting to our first set of polling very soon. These polling questions are intended to broaden the discussion to everyone and will serve as an aid as we launch into our live audience discussion. I want to mention that you'll also have the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. All of today's input and those additional written comments will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA and made available publicly for researchers and drug developers. Before we get into things, I'd like to also cover a few ground rules for today's discussion. We encourage people living with GM2 and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do so through polling, calling in on the phones, or submitting written comments. Today's discussion is limited to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers with GM2. We'll ask that this morning, when we are in the first session focused on the infantile and juvenile onset forms of the disease, that only those families participate in that session. And then when we get to the separate session that will follow on adult onset GM2, that will be the opportunity for that part of the community to participate. So in addition to our patients and families, we welcome our colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, as well as clinicians and researchers. These stakeholders are here to listen. Finally, views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I ask that you please try to be focused and concise in your comments so we can hear as many voices as possible. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into our first set of polling questions today to get a sense of who is in our live audience. So again, at this time, you can go to that web page you opened up, whether that's on your computer or on your phone. And again, that's www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD, www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. We'd like to get all of our patients and caregivers into the system at this point so we can have you participate in these questions and we can track your responses throughout the day. As you can see in our first polling question here, we'd like to know, are you A, diagnosed and living with late onset GM2, B, a parent or caregiver of a child living with GM2, or C, a parent and or a caregiver of an adult living with GM2? And I do want to acknowledge that we will have parents and caregivers in the audience today who are bereaved, whose loved ones with GM2 have passed away. And we do encourage you to participate, and we ask that you answer these polling questions thinking back to the final perhaps year of life of your loved one living with GM2 and answering some of these questions. And you'll see what we mean by that as the day progresses and the different types of questions we'll be asking.
You can see we have a lot of parents and caregivers in our audience today, and so we thank you for being with us.
Yes, and today we do want to hear from both individuals living with GM2 and parents, caregivers, family members. We invite you to participate, not just if you're a parent or a spouse, but other family members and even close friends, close-knit support systems. You have important insights into the experiences of what it is to live with GM2, and so we encourage you and welcome you into our conversation today as well. So as it stands, as Kathy mentioned, it looks like about 80% of our audience today are parents and caregivers of a child living with GM2. We have about 15% of our audience of those living with late onset, and then just over 5% being our parents or caregivers of adults living with GM2. We go to our next polling question. Here we want to know, where do you currently reside? The options here are A, the U.S. Pacific Time Zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time Zone, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, the UK or Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Oceania, Australia or New Zealand, K, Canada, or L, some other country or region not listed in the polling responses where you currently reside. So we'll give everyone here a few moments to get your responses in. We get an understanding of who's in our live audience today. As it stands, and usually not surprisingly for meetings starting in the morning Eastern Time, we have about half of our audience representing people in the U.S. Eastern Time Zone. We do have a good range of participants across all of the major U.S. time zones, as well as participation from outside of the U.S. in the UK or Europe. as well as some other. So we welcome everyone, not just all of you all across the United States, but those around the world. We would welcome you into our conversation. If we go to our next polling question. So here we want to know, for those of you living with GM2 or for our caregivers, your loved ones with GM2, are you or are they A, female, B, male, or C, other? So from this point forward, we'll be asking our caregivers to answer these questions on behalf of the person for whom they care. So is that person A, female, B, male, or C, other?
Looks like we have a large female population, but the numbers are changing. Look at that.
Yes. So we'll give you a few more moments to get responses in here. While it is becoming more balanced, it still looks like more than half of our audience, the individuals living with GM2, are female. And then over a third of the audience are individuals with GM2 who are male. And we have about 2% who are responded as other. So if we go to our next polling question. So here we want to know for our patients, how old are you? For our caregivers, how old is your loved one with GM2? The options are A, birth to 12 months of age, B, 1 to 2 years of age, C, 3 to 5 years, D, 6 to 12 years, E, 13 to 18 years, F, 19 to 25 years, G, 26 to 40 years, H, 41 to 60 years, or I, 61 years of age or older.
It's a wide representation there.
Yes, as it stands, we do see a good range of response options. Perhaps the age range that's most represented today being the individuals with GM2 who are between 1 to 2 years of age. But we see everything from birth all the way through age as high as potentially age 60 years of age. So we have a wide representation, and we do want to understand, of course, the different onset forms of GM2 and how those will perhaps, your experiences at age of onset, but within those, we want to understand how the disease experience differs perhaps over time from the younger years of life up through, you or your loved one's current age. So if we can move to our next polling question. So here, we want to know, the last question was about how old individuals with GM2 currently are. Here we want to know is what age were you or your loved one diagnosed with GM2? The options are A, prenatally, B, between birth and 12 months of age, C, between 1 to 2 years of age, D, between 3 to 5 years, E, 6 to 12 years, F, 13 to 18 years, G, 19 to 25 years, H, 26 to 40 years, I, 41 to 60 years, or J, 61 years of age or older. So we're seeing a bit of a similar pattern from what we saw previously, perhaps slightly more in that birth to 12-month age range in terms of diagnosis than are currently at that age, which would be expected. But we do see good representation in terms of age of diagnosis. Again, a little bit of a shift here in our bell curve towards the younger years of age. But we do have people who were diagnosed all the way up until that 41 to 60 year age range. Nobody reporting that they were diagnosed prenatally. And we have one final polling question for you at this time. So here we want to know, what type of GM2 have you or your loved one been diagnosed with? So the options are A, infantile Tay-Sachs disease, B, infantile Sandhoff disease, C, juvenile Tay-Sachs disease, D, juvenile Sandhoff disease, E, late onset Tay-Sachs, F, late onset Sandhoff, or G if you're unsure what type of GM2 you or your loved one have been diagnosed with.
It looks like we have folks in the audience today from all, both Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff, and all different, all three onsets.
Yes, so please, we'd like to make sure, all segments of this community have their voices heard today. We're very pleased to see we have good representation across all forms and, ages, or all forms and ages of onset across both Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff. It does look like that the greatest two represented groups are infantile Tay-Sachs and late onset Tay-Sachs. No one has reported that they're not sure of what type of GM2 they or their loved one have been diagnosed with. So I want to thank you all for participating in this first set of polling questions. Again, we just wanted to get a sense of who we have in our audience. I promise as the day goes on, these polling questions will get a little bit more tricky to answer as we explore some of your experiences and perspectives. At this point, we're going to move into our first topic of the day, which is really to understand what it is to live with GM2, focusing on the symptoms and daily impacts. In our, as I mentioned before, we're actually going to break this discussion into two discussions, the first focusing on the infantile and juvenile onset forms of the disease. And before we get into that, I'm going to hand it over to Kathy to introduce our first speaker on this topic.
Thanks, James. Our next speaker, Dr. Florian Eichler, will provide a scientific foundation for today's discussion. He will share a clinical overview of the infantile and juvenile forms of GM2. Dr. Eichler is a professor of neurology at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. He's the director of the Leukodystrophy Service and the director of the Center for Rare and Neurological Diseases at Mass General. Dr. Eichler runs several gene therapy trials there, including trials for Canavan disease, Alexander disease, and Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. And he's also the principal investigator of a gene therapy trial for adrenoleukodystrophy. Dr. Eichler was recently appointed co-director of the Precision Therapeutic Unit in the Center for Genomic Medicine at Mass General and serves on the Advisory Council of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Strokes. Dr. Eichler is also a member of NTSAD's Scientific Advisory Council. Dr. Eichler, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm glad to be here to speak about GM2 gangliosidosis as it affects children. Here are my relevant disclosures. I'm PI of various gene therapy trials and founder of a gene therapy company. Here's my outline. I'll first speak to what is GM2 gangliosidosis, address the pathophysiology, as well as the clinical features in childhood, speak briefly as to how we treat GM2 gangliosidosis in childhood and what the limitations are, what the challenges are for drug development. We'll conclude this session. So first, what is GM2 gangliosidosis? These are single gene disorders that are either affecting the hex A or hex B gene and causing Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease, respectively. They cause perturbations of the second step in ganglioside degradation and lead to accumulation of GM2 gangliosides that then diffusely affects the nervous system. The severity of the disease depends on the residual enzyme activity, with infantile onset disease having the lowest amount of enzyme activities. These are children that are affected within the first year of life, often exhibiting an exaggerated startle response, developmental arrest, and then progressive neurologic decline. Juvenile patients usually learn to walk and talk, but then have progressive weakness, coordination problems, and the late onset patients usually do not start manifesting disease well into adulthood, and will be subject of a separate talk. What is the epidemiology of Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease? This was originally thought to be an exclusively Jewish disorder, but now is recognized to be pan-ethnic and ultra-rare disease with less than 1,000 people affected in the US and likely worldwide. You can see the global cases since 2009 here as assembled by the National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases Association, when you can tell that the childhood diseases are more common than late onset disease, but also that these children are more short-lived. Among the childhood disease, the infantile phenotype is more common than the juvenile disease. And here you can see again that also Tay-Sachs is more common than Sandhoff disease. What can be said to the pathology of the infantile disease? It has been known for more than 100 years that the retina has a pathognomonic sign, namely the cherry red spot, the only area of the retina where the gangliosides are not accumulating. The brain is diffusely affected with swelling appearing in the neurons with characteristic lamellar inclusions being visible here. And on brain MRI, you can see the diffuse involvement with hypomyelination being present, sparing only the midline of the corpus callosum, the splenium, and the genu here. What are the clinical features of infantile GM2? These children usually start in the first year of life to show elevated noise sensitivity. They have often an exaggerated startle. They have low truncal tone. The few patients that learn to sit lose the ability within a year. There's reduced vocalization and eyesight. And then usually after the first year of life, seizures set in. And sadly, patients progress rapidly. Only half of these infantile GM2 patients gain the ability to sit independently, and all that gain this ability lose it within a year on average. So this is a very systematically progressive disorder. What is the survival of patients with infantile GM2? Only half of these children survive up to 3 to 4 years of life. And you can see here the survival curves of the NTSAD database, as well as surveys undertaken a few years back. And this very well matches also what's found in the literature. Among the juvenile GM2 patients, we find that the course is more heterogeneous. This is from a paper published by the group in Toronto with their patients shown here in black bars and in white the literature to date. You can see that most patients exhibit gait problems, speech difficulties, and coordination problems. We find increasingly over time that these patients develop movement disorders and behavioral problems. You can see here the prominence of dysarthria as well as gait difficulties, but also note that these large error bars here pointing to the large heterogeneity in this population of juvenile patients. What is the impact on activities of daily living? More than delayed development, we see developmental arrest in the infantile population. Most of the patients who develop milestones develop them on time, but then suffer developmental arrest and regression. Often disability and death is prominent, and lots of the families face a lot of hospitalizations and surgeries and socioeconomic burden as they need to employ caregivers and others to take care of their children around the clock. how do we treat these diseases? We fortunately only have very limited symptomatic treatment. There's no disease-altering or neuroprotective modalities, and genetic counseling is tantamount as we try to advise families on future family planning and screening the larger pedigree. For symptomatic treatments, we have anticonvulsants for seizures, muscle relaxants to address spasticity. Often we are playing catch up with these kinds of medications as the disease evolves quickly. Unfortunately, a lot of these children suffer aspirations, and parents and caregivers wrestle with the questions of whether to place a gastric tube or not. Lots of these children suffer infections and require repeat antibiotics. So how do we treat these diseases? Unfortunately, there's no disease-altering treatment available for these children. And I want to emphasize that there are no FDA-approved drugs for this condition. Unfortunately, enzyme replacement therapy does not cross the blood-brain barrier. Current trials in substrate reduction and gene therapy are still ongoing, but childhood GM2 remains a devastating condition with patients and families having no options and no tools and therapies to turn to. What are the challenges for drug development? It's a progressive disease that may be best treated in early, poorly recognized stages of disease. Unfortunately, we do not have newborn screening in place, so there's very poor ability to diagnose these children before the onset of symptoms. The blood-brain barrier is very hard to traverse, and it is not simply a disorder of a spectrum of enzyme activity, and phenotypes can have distinct manifestations. That means that in infantile disease, you can see a very different symptomatology than in the juvenile patients. So in conclusion, GM2 has phenotypes where residual enzyme activity affects different compartments. We think that the enzyme activity is not distributed evenly throughout the nervous system, but there are certain compartments where it's more highly needed than in others. Pathophysiology, hence, is of different phenotypes markedly different. We see that, for instance, in infantile patients, after the first year, they have seizures being prominent. We see that less in juvenile patients, they suffer more movement disorders. The clinical manifestations and disease course are determined by the compartments affected and poorly treated with currently available medications. It was great to join this patient-focused drug development session. I look forward to now hearing the caregiver input on infantile and juvenile patients. And with that, I send it back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eichler, for that helpful clinical overview of infantile and juvenile onset GM2. We're now going to be shifting gears and for the first time hearing from this patient community. As we do so, I want to go over some of the topics that we'd like to explore as part of this session. And so you'll see now some of our discussion questions for this morning session as we speak with our infantile and juvenile GM2 community. So in this morning session, we want to understand from our caregivers and family members of children living with these forms of GM2, which GM2 symptoms have had the most significant impact on your child's life. We want to understand those symptoms and what they look like from day to day. And so perhaps you could tell us how GM2 affects your child on his or her best and worst days. We also know that in addition to being able to help us understand those direct symptoms and health effects, that there's a number of downstream impacts that the disease has on a person's ability to participate in activities in daily living, as well as aspects of their quality of life. So we'd like for you to weigh in on what specific activities your child is either not able to do at all or has difficulty doing because of GM2. We not only want to hear about your present experiences of living with GM2, but also how the course of the disease has maybe changed over time. So how have your child's symptoms changed over time, whether that's from week to week, month to month, or over the course of years? And related to that, how has their ability to cope with symptoms changed over time? And finally, while we know that there's so much that you and your families have already gone through and experienced, that you also are thinking about your child's future as they grow and live with GM2. So the last topic we'll explore is, what do you fear the most about as your child progresses, or what worries and frustrations do you have or are your greatest about his or her condition? So to get us started on these very topics, it's my pleasure to introduce a panel, members of this community who are going to be sharing their experiences in these areas. We have Jennifer, Crystal, Kelly, and Kate. Jennifer, why don't you kick us off and take it away?
Hello, my name is Jennifer, and I'm the mother to my 12-year-old daughter, Madeline. We live in Liverpool, New York, and Maddie was diagnosed with juvenile Sandhoff disease, GM2, in August of 2021 when she was just 9 years old. Madeline's life started out normal like any other child. She's the youngest of 3 sisters, and like her sisters before her, she reached all of her developmental milestones on time. She was rolling over, crawling, and walking as expected. She was a very happy and smart child. Her speech was normal, and her overall growth as a child was also very normal. It wasn't until about age 5 or 6 when we started to see some symptoms of her disease. Her school bus driver noticed that she was struggling getting on and off the bus. At first, we thought it was just normal clumsiness, but then we noticed she was struggling with other tasks that she used to be able to do as well, such as throwing a ball, skipping, standing on one foot, doing jumping jacks, or even kicking a ball with her dominant foot. We also began to notice changes in her gait and her speech. She developed a wider base gait, and her feet were not hitting the ground properly. Her arms and her legs were frequently out of sync, causing her to lose balance more easily. Her speech became slushy, and it was difficult for her to pronounce certain words that she had never struggled with in the past. Her handwriting also began to decline, and we noticed that she struggled holding a pencil properly. All different parts of her body were becoming affected. She started to develop urinary control issues despite being toilet trained for years. One of the most prevalent symptoms, however, is the persistent tremor that has started to interfere with everything she's tried to do. Her tremors affect her entire body. It is so significant that I can feel her little body shaking against me when we sit on the couch together to watch a movie. This tremor was initially misdiagnosed as just an intention tremor, as were many of her other symptoms. Her doctors thought she was just going through a phase and that she would eventually grow out of it. However, she did not. Even with therapy, her symptoms continued to worsen. Eventually, the genetic testing led to the diagnosis of juvenile Sandhoff disease. It has now been 2 years, and her symptoms continue to worsen. Madeline has gone from being able to walk independently, to needing a walker, to requiring the use of a wheelchair daily. She can no longer walk or stand unassisted. We've modified the entire house to accommodate her special needs. We've installed a wheelchair ramp, handrails throughout the home, as well as a mechanical stair lift because she can no longer navigate stairs. Her tremors have become so strong that writing is almost impossible. She has to utilize a scribe at school for all notes and homework tasks. Eating has also become a challenge for her. She uses special utensils and plates to help get the food from the plate to her mouth. She's developed issues with chewing and swallowing and will occasionally choke while eating. She also struggles with self-care tasks such as dressing, brushing her hair, and brushing her teeth. These were all things she used to be able to do independently on her own. Going from a normal childhood to one where she is losing more and more of her abilities daily has taken a toll on her emotional state. She is easily frustrated when she can no longer do a task that used to be easy for her. She struggles to play like a normal child with her friends since she doesn't have the ability to keep up anymore. She feels like she stands out because she has to use a wheelchair and because it's harder and harder to understand her with her speech, especially by people that she doesn't know very well. We miss the days when we used to be able to go hiking together as a family, and now doing something like that is almost impossible. It's heartbreaking watching your perfectly normal child decline every single day. To see her return to a state where she needs the same care that she did as a toddler, and to know that she will continue to decline until she is completely dependent on someone else. To be honest, I'm most afraid of what will happen next. The move to a feeding tube, the fact that she may become nonverbal or have seizures. Can you imagine knowing that your child will never say the words, "I love you," ever again? That instead they'll be trapped inside of their body, a slave to this horrible disease. I hope that's something that no other parent ever has to experience.
Hello everyone, my name is Crystal Villalobos and I am the mother to Kaden, who is almost 4 years old. We live in the suburbs of Chicago, where you'll find us making many beautiful memories together. It was also in this city that we finally received a diagnosis of Sandhoff disease on November 4th, 2021. For the first year of Kaden's life, he was growing and developing right before our eyes. Born at the beginning of the pandemic, once concerns began to arise, everything was a bit slower moving. Around 4 months, Kaden had developed plagiocephaly despite countless hours of tummy time. It was then that he was referred to get evaluated for a helmet and physical therapy. In that time, making new patient appointments for anything was extra far out. It wasn't until Kaden was almost 8 months that he started PT. Literally after 2 sessions, Kaden went from prop sitting to sitting independently and freely using both hands to play. We continued to see advancements until we hit a plateau around 11 months. In our minds, at the beginning, we thought everything was related to Kaden's plagiocephaly and torticollis since he was advancing. But right after his first birthday is where we began to notice a few symptoms, such as eye deviation and dropping his head for a few seconds at a time. At 13 months, Kaden had his first round of testing. Everything came back normal. It was after that round of testing that we saw the quickest regression. I truly believe it to be the nature of the disease, but also the anesthesia and contrast dye that was used during the MRI. Over the summer of 2021, Kaden could no longer sit, hardly support his head, and was losing more and more core strength. Desperately seeking further testing, we were told by his neurologist at the time that we can discuss further testing at his follow-up appointment, which was in November. I wasn't taking that as a final answer, so we decided to get a second opinion. That doctor pointed us to our local children's hospital because he knew that this was a much more serious matter. By this time, Kaden could barely support his head, could no longer roll over, was taking longer to finish his bottles, and could no longer sit independently. It was mid-August 2021 that we took Kaden to the Children's Hospital for further evaluation. During that hospital admission, they had every specialty that you can imagine come evaluate Kaden, along with a repeat MRI. This time around, the MRI did show clinical findings, but led the doctors to believe that it was a different condition. Truly, only blood work would be able to give us a definitive answer, so that's what we awaited. A few weeks to months passed, and yet again, everything came back negative for the various leukodystrophies the doctors believed it to be. So more blood work was collected for a full genome sequencing. Around 16 months, Kaden was beginning to have trouble with visual tracking. I found an ophthalmologist who was neuro-focused and specialized in vision rehab. He knew we were working with genetics, and he mentioned the cherry red spot to me. He said he hadn't seen something like this in close to 30 years, but with my permission, he'd like to relay his findings to our genetics team. A few days later, after another round of labs, we had our diagnosis: Sandhoff disease. Today, I always say Kaden is the same boy, just trapped in his body due to this awful disease. He loves touch and being held, music, singing, and being outside. He still will give us a smile or a little laugh, but each time it happens, it's truly a gift. It's been almost 3 years since symptoms started to present, and Caden needs our full assistance to help him. We never leave the house without his suction machine, an emergency seizure med, because you never know when you'll need it, even on the shortest trips. Caden's seizures are well managed. He is only on one medication to manage his seizures and also receives neurologically focused chiropractic care. That isn't what you traditionally envision a chiropractic visit to look like. Being neuro-focused, this office has helped Caden in many ways to make sure the communication between his brain and body are working well and that there is no miscommunication or traffic jams. They often focus on Caden's cervicals and vagus nerve along with his thoracics, which play a huge role in our respiratory system. While Sandhoff disease is attacking his nervous system, each adjustment is working to help his nervous system stay in line and function at its very best. Secretion management is our biggest struggle. It has been for the last year at least. Suddenly, one day, the suction machine started coming with us everywhere we go. Caden can be having a wonderful morning, wake up bright-eyed and ready to go until his secretions start kicking in. It had gotten so bad to a point where we couldn't even leave the house because suctioning had to be constant. Or worse, when you're driving in the car, everything is fine at the beginning until you're constantly having to pull over to suction and eventually turn around to go home. Being from Chicago, we have noticed that the cold air seems to be harder on him. It triggers cough attacks that spirals into choking on his saliva, and you get the point. Since starting Botox in his salivary glands, that has been a huge help. On Caden's good days, you'll find us exploring our town, going for walks, or getting Caden on the swing that he loves. I can't help but think that at this age, he would be starting his first day of school. It's because of Sandhoff disease that I am being robbed of many of his firsts, but instead, I'll only get to witness his last. Can you imagine that? Not being able to see your child walk for the first time, not being able to hear your child say, "I love you" for the first time, give you a hug for the first time. Time is a gift. We often like to travel, especially to the beach. The beach is Caden's favorite place. The sound of the waves crashing, wind in his face, and toes in the sand. Even through the progression of the disease, every time we take a beach trip, we're guaranteed a smile and giggles. While traveling may take a lot more planning, we still do it because we genuinely know Caden enjoys it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly, and I'm Kipley's mom. We live in Conway, Arkansas. Kipley is the most precious 8-year-old little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was born just as perfect as can be. He was developing normally and meeting all his milestones. Around age 4, we started noticing some delays in his speech and motor skills. Kip began therapy and initially made some small gains. His right hand had a tremor that would appear when he was pointing or attempting to do fine motor tasks. He started kindergarten at age 6 and he loved it, but he struggled academically. We wanted to see more progress, and that tremor had us concerned. We decided to take Kip to see a neurologist, and 6 months after our first visit, we started noticing some signs of regression. His regressed speech made the biggest impact. It started getting harder for him to get his words out. Sometimes he would stare at you for several seconds before he could say what he finally wanted to say. But he also stopped doing certain tasks that he once would do, such as walking down the steps of our front porch. Kip was 7 when we decided to do the brain MRI and the genetics testing. I'll never forget the day I read his test results online. I remember reading the word Tay-Sachs disease and not knowing what that was, but knowing that the word disease was not good. I remember telling myself that maybe it could be a misdiagnosis, but Kipley's symptoms were matching up with everything I was reading. When we were able to talk to the doctor, I asked him 2 questions. Are you sure? And is it always terminal? He said yes to both. Currently, Kip is most affected by cognitive decline, loss of motor skills, and speech regression, in that order. It's interesting, though, that we detected symptoms in the reverse order. Kipley struggles the most when it comes to public settings. He displays inappropriate behaviors that make it nearly impossible to take him to any store, even just to run in and out and get one thing or to go out to eat. In public, Kipley has extreme emotional swings. He runs and yells and sometimes has no regard to his surroundings or safety. He will try to elope and run out in the street. He becomes hyper-focused on a desired task and is unable to move beyond that. He is very discontent, which makes it more than challenging to sit down at a restaurant to eat, wait in lines, or even drive across town without him trying to get out of his seatbelt. At home, Kipley's into everything, much like a toddler. He doesn't play independently, and he often goes from one thing to the next, not really able to enjoy the moment. On our best days with Kipley, he is happy, loving, and energetic without being worried about what's next. Kipley is experiencing a slow decline of skills and abilities. The skills that he's maintaining are not growing or strengthening. He has very inconsistent speech patterns. Some days his speech is better than others. Kipley mostly talks with one-word phrases, which is so sad because I have videos of him speaking clear and with sentences at a much younger age. Exchanging in conversation with Kip is difficult because he struggles to stay on topic. It feels like he is stuck at age 4. He was meeting milestones and growing, and then he just stopped. Even though Kipley is 8, his interests and skills align with children much younger than him. Kipley struggles more than he should have to. His leg turns in, causing him to trip over his own feet. It breaks my heart to see him fall when he's just walking through the house. He is a very active little boy, and he wants to run and play. His legs get tired, and we have to carry him or use a stroller quite often. Kipley has trouble navigating uneven terrain and walking downstairs. He is slowly losing interest in playground equipment, but still enjoys visiting the park. He requires a lot of help for day-to-day tasks, such as basic hygiene, going to the bathroom, getting dressed, opening food packages, and getting in and out of vehicles. Kipley is still working on the same skills he has worked on for the last 3 years, but with no growth. Finding out that your child has a terminal brain disease and that there's no cure or treatment is something that no parent can ever be prepared for. I'm trying to remain hopeful that something is going to become available to save Kip. We've been searching all over the world for someone to help us. I fear him regressing further and losing the ability to eat, talk, or walk. The thought of losing him is indescribable. Kipley adores holidays and inflatables and animal statues. He keeps our yard and our porch decorated year-round. He's so sweet and purely innocent. He loves to laugh and be silly. He has such an abundant love for life, and we are struggling because we don't know how much time we have left with him, but honestly, we just can't lose him.
Hi, my name is Kate, and I am mom to my 3-year-old son, Felix. My biggest fear as a parent came true when Felix was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs GM2 at 18 months old. Before symptoms appeared, he was so incredibly happy, smiling and laughing all of the time. But now the little boy he once was is slowly fading, and one day he will no longer be here. What frustrates me the most is that there's no way for me to stop the progression of this disease. There is literally nothing I can do to save my son. He has already lost most of his abilities. Most of the things he was once able to do, he no longer can without help. I am concerned of him growing weaker and no longer seeing the little bit of personality he has left. The symptoms of Tay-Sachs started around 5 months old when I noticed that Felix would only roll in one direction and not over both shoulders. I brought this concern up to his pediatrician, and she told me it wasn't anything to worry about. Around 8 months, We noticed that it was starting to be difficult for Felix to sit unsupported by himself, and he wasn't showing signs for crawling. Again, the pediatrician dismissed my concerns. At 11 months old, he still wasn't crawling or showing any signs of pulling to stand, so we got a second opinion from a different pediatrician. This pediatrician sent us to PT, neurology, and genetics to figure out what was going on. Fast forward to 16 months old, and Felix started waking up gasping and started to become inconsolable after and throughout the day. This is when I believe the seizures and more severe symptoms of GM2 started for Felix. After a grand mal seizure that we caught, Felix was admitted to the hospital, and that was when we were officially given his diagnosis of Tay-Sachs disease. Tay-Sachs has made life very limiting for Felix. He is not able to attend school because he is so medically fragile and there are just simply too many germs. It has greatly impacted his learning abilities, and in his last evaluation, he was functioning at 3 months old at the age of 3 years old. Felix has no self-sufficiency and relies on caregivers for all of his needs. I wish he could have a normal childhood and do all of the activities kids his age typically do. Walking, jumping, playing, talking, all of it. On Felix's best days, his personality shines and we get to see smiles and he talks to us with babbles. He has energy and he's alert to enjoy family time. His best days mean his symptoms are well managed. We don't need to do extra breathing treatments or put him on oxygen support. On Felix's worst days, we have multiple seizures throughout the day. We need to increase the breathing support with treatments and oxygen. GM2 becomes his personalities on his worst days and takes over our lives. The symptoms that affect Felix the most include seizures, multiple types, coupled with clonus, severe hypotonia, which has led to weakness of his lungs and dysphagia. Felix's symptoms have increased and grown worse over time. We have needed to adjust the dosage of his anti-seizure medications multiple times. He has small daily seizures. We have added new equipment like percussion vest, oxygen, suction machines, and specialized seating. Felix used to eat by mouth and enjoy food, but by the time he was 2 years old, he needed a G-tube placed. Now he can no longer eat by mouth since he has a high risk of aspiration and choking. Each new or increased symptom greatly impacts his quality of life as we adjust to it and causes emotional stress on us as a family. Tay-Sachs has taken away any semblance of a normal life for Felix. The challenges we face each day are illness, controlling his symptoms, and trying our best to provide Felix with a full life with the time we have left with him. My child was given a death sentence. I have to slowly watch him fade away until the day comes when GM2 finally wins the battle of his body. Tay-Sachs has robbed me and my family of full, healthy life with Felix.
Wow, thank you, Kate, and really to all of our panelists for being so willing to share your loved ones' difficult journeys with GM2 and for being so brave to be the first to share with us today. So now it's our first opportunity to broaden the discussion to all of you who are in our live audience, our caregivers of those living with infantile and juvenile GM2 for this first of our morning sessions. If you would like to share some of the types of experiences that we heard from our panel, but through the lens of your loved one, we'd encourage you to call in. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number you can call in now and at any point during this discussion at 1-703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments using the comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today, and we'll be reading those comments out throughout the program as well. But to get us started on this topic and getting our audience thinking about some of these issues, I'd now like to invite you back into our polling system. So if you were with us earlier, this is for our patients and caregivers. In this session specifically, this is just for our caregivers of those with infantile and juvenile GM2. Go to www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/GM2PFDD. So in this first question, we'd like to know which of the following GM2 related health concerns has your loved one ever had, and select all that apply. The options are A, weakness, B, motor deficits, C, hypotonia, D, decreased responsiveness, E, vision deterioration, including poor tracking, F, difficulty swallowing, G, exaggerated startle response, H, seizures, I, cognitive issues and learning problems, J, developmental delays and loss of milestones, K, anxiety, depression, or behavioral issues, or L, some other GM2 related health concern that your loved one has had that's not otherwise listed here as a response option. As our results are coming in, I wanted to point out this is our first question where our respondents can select more than one response option. So the percentages that you see on the far right are a percentage of total responses, not a percentage of people who have selected a particular response. So what I like to do is think of these questions, the green bars are essentially a relative ranking in terms of the amount of experience that we have in our audience today.
And we can see that there are several concerns, several health-related concerns that parents, caregivers, loved ones are expressing. And so motor deficit weaknesses, cognitive issues are also, topping the charts here.
Yeah, so we see a wide range of seemingly multiple health-related concerns that individuals are living with and dealing with those top two being weakness and motor deficits. But we see pretty much all of the rest are pretty much close there as a second tier with anxiety, depression, behavioral issues, as well as other issues maybe being a third tier of response here. If we could go to one more polling question at this time. So the response options will look familiar here. Here, we'd like to know or ask you to select the most troublesome of those GM2 health-related concerns that your loved one has ever had, and to select the top three. So here we want you to select up to three of these same things that you would rate or assess as being the most troublesome for your loved one. The options again are A, weakness, B, motor deficits, C, hypotonia, D, decreased responsiveness, E, vision deterioration, F, difficulty swallowing, G, exaggerated startle reflex, H, seizures, I, cognitive issues and learning problems, J, developmental delays and milestones, K, anxiety, depression, or behavioral issues, or L, again, some other GM2 related health concern that your loved one has ever had that represents a top three most troublesome issue.
Not surprising from what we heard from our families who shared their stories that difficulty swallowing and seizures are very, very high on the list of concerns.
Yes, and while some of those are the top two highest ones, what is striking here to me is that every single one of these different GM2 related health concerns is in some number of people's top three most troublesome issues, meaning that of all of those things that we saw in the previous response, where so many seem to have so many of these different issues, that each and every one of these tends to be the thing that is most impacting their loved ones' lives. So I want to thank you for participating in these polling questions. We'd love to hear, what you selected in these polling answers. What informed your decision to select, the up to 3 that you did here in this second polling question. And to launch into this discussion again, we encourage you to call in or write in. But we're going to, at this time, welcome a panel of Zoom participants, some of your peers from this community who are going to be with us throughout this morning discussion. So, Aaron, maybe we can start with you. As you were looking and thinking through, that wide range of different symptoms and health effects, is there 1 or 2 things that stood out as most troublesome in your mind?
Hi, I'm Aaron Wright. Well, we live in Covina, California, which is just outside LA. And my daughter was Annabella Wright, who was diagnosed with juvenile Tay-Sachs at 3 years old, and then she passed away right after her 5th birthday. So yeah, the first signs we saw were her abnormal gait and her coordination and ataxia, and her pediatrician also brought up her speech, but it was very slight at first, so we didn't think of anything of it. And then COVID happened, and so when she was turning 2 was when we first started going to see the doctors about it. But first we just saw the podiatrist, but then it started to get to where her speech was slowing more, harder to get words out. She had slow to limited cognitive ability, where when she was, before 2, she was pretty quick with her words. She had the exaggerated startle response, which did last most of her life. And then as time went on, then she was getting worse at eating, starting to cough more and having a harder time swallowing. And then she was in danger of asphyxiation later on. So we had to later switch to a G-tube. And then her last year was the worst, of course, which was seizures and her vision. She started losing her vision until she lost it in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
So, of course, those were the worst.
Right. Well, first off, Aaron, thank you for being so willing to share your daughter's experiences from the earliest things that were noticed up until her last year of life. I guess maybe one question for you is, and I don't know necessarily how you might break this out, but would you say that at different times, different of those health effects were the most troublesome for her? I think you kind of described the vision loss and the swallowing as maybe most the things that were hardest and most difficult in that final year of life. Could you maybe kind of talk to us about that what that looked like over the course of years in terms of what was most impacting her?
All those, I think, because I remember when she was very young, she had real good eyesight, and she liked to watch people, and she'd point out babies all the way across the park, and we'd have to search until we finally saw one off in the distance.
Right.
So I think she was used to seeing everything and just observing everything, and we didn't find out she lost her eyesight until the last 5 months. But then when I look at videos of the months before that, I realized, she couldn't see that either. But we just thought she was starting to. We knew she was losing some kind of ability, but we didn't know it was that. She just looked like she was more bored, and
Yeah.
probably just we thought maybe she's just upset because she's losing her other abilities, like she couldn't walk anymore, stand, and so now I look back on those and I feel real bad that we didn't know that and talk to her like she could see.
Right.
And we're but then also eating, when we had to get her G-tube, that's another thing that just killed us, because she was such a good eater. She ate everything that we gave her, and she loved, we'd ask her what she wanted, and she'd say pizza or cookies and all that, and even juice. She loved drinking juice, and then and she couldn't do that anymore. And we tried to keep it going as long as we could until it was just getting too dangerous.
Yeah.
And we know that that really affected her too.
Yeah, so a couple of quick follow-ups on what you just described. One, first is on the vision. You said you looked back at videos and you could kind of identify it, you know, kind of with hindsight. You know, maybe, you know, what did you pick up in those videos that might be like an early sign of vision loss?
She was just kind of staring off into space, and we'd have her watch her favorite shows, but then I noticed she wasn't really looking at the TV anymore, so I thought maybe she was just finally getting bored with those shows or something, you know, and she wasn't just like I don't want to pay attention to this anymore. I don't really like this show anymore, but she couldn't vocalize that. So I thought that's what was happening. Yeah. But I think it was just the disappointment of not being able to see it.
Right. And then just one last question for you on kind of swallowing difficulties. It sounds like you tried to, you know, allow her and find ways to allow her to eat and drink juice, you know, as long as you could. But then you said at some point it got too difficult. Could you just describe what you meant by that?
She, anything she would drink or eat just started making her cough a lot, and you know, where it sounded like she was going to choke. But once we brought up our concerns, we went to a few swallow studies, you know, one, and then I think 3 months later another, and it did show that a little bit she was asphyxiating a little bit, like some was going into her lungs.
Right.
And yeah, over the last year of her life, she was just coughing more and more. Right. Until we had to say, okay, we can't do it anymore.
I see.
So, and we tried to puree things too, which worked for a few months, and then she was starting to choke on that too.
I see. Well, again, thank you so much, Aaron. Yasmin, I'd like to bring you in on this topic as well. Again, we looked at such a wide range in those polling questions, different health concerns related to GM2. You know, what maybe, you know, were your selections as some of those top most troublesome symptoms?
Hi, I'm Yasmina. I'm Lily Mansour's mom. Lily is about to be 11 on Sunday with GM2. She has juvenile Tay-Sachs disease. Lily has a wide range of symptoms. She wasn't diagnosed till later in life. She was diagnosed around 7.5, almost 8 years old in the middle of the pandemic. So Lily was a normal, well, I'd like to say normal for the most part. She lived a normal life up until about 7 years old. Around kindergarten, we started noticing trouble with balance. She would fall a lot in school. Things like that. She wasn't reading on par with her friends. There were delays, speech delays. She could talk. She used to speak in sentences and things like that. But then slowly things started to regress. She was not making the gains in school. She was balancing. She would be sitting in her chair and just fall off, but she wasn't playing or, you know, being disruptive. It would just naturally lose her balance. And then slowly as she made it into first grade, we really started noticing a decline. She was not able to keep her attention spans was going. She wasn't able to follow along with things, holding a pencil, a pen, just normal things that little children her age could do. The most significant part was when she started to become aware of the things that she could no longer do. So the biggest example is she got in a car one day after school and she started crying. And I'm like, Lily, what's the matter? And she said to me, I can't read like my friends. And then shortly after that, she was diagnosed, and I made the decision to pull her out of school so we could focus on therapies and stuff. And we did find out that she was having absent seizures, which I did not know anything about, but those staring spells were mild seizures that were occurring. And then slowly, as we got closer to diagnosis, we realized that she's regressing, not making gains. We had to make the decision to give her a feeding tube last September because a lot of, like Aaron said, she enjoys food. She enjoys her pizza and candies and chocolate and everything, but it was getting harder and harder for her to swallow, and she would spit out her food, and she started choking, and aspiration has begun. So these are all symptoms where we cannot leave her alone for a second because she can choke, she can, it just gets stuck in the wrong spot and the coughing, and it's harder for her to cough as the symptoms, as the disease takes over. These things get harder and harder. Normal things that would be easy for us to do is very difficult for them to do.
Yasmina, one of the things that you mentioned was, right around the time of, that you were able to get the diagnosis, that you noticed that, not only was she not progressing, but she was starting to regress. Could you maybe share, an example or give us an idea of what that looked like?
So Lily used to be the fastest little child. She could run like no other. She could jump and play, and she did ballet for a couple of years and gymnastics, and she loved to do somersaults. And then all of a sudden we noticed it was harder for her to run. Then it slowly began to harder for her to walk. She fell down the stairs in school. And just slowly all the things that were just so natural to her became unnatural to her. It was taking too much work, and her energy would, she would use she has the determination of no other person I've ever seen. And you could see, like, one of the things with this disease, you can see this children's mind going. You can tell she wants to do it, and she keeps trying to do it and wanting to do it, wanting to walk and wanting to run. And she has the determination to do it, and her body just won't. And like a lot of times, even now that she can no longer walk or talk, or she's really cannot move without assistance anymore, you can still see her mind wanting to do the things. She'll try to reach when she drops her crayon or a piece of food or something that's in her hand. You can see her physically wanting, her brain wanting to get it, but she can't. And that's really what's been going on, is like all of the things that were normal for her no longer normal, and just slowly just going away little by little. And that's the hardest part to watch about this.
Yeah. So with just focusing on that example you're giving of kind of her ability to walk, her mobility, you just described how she's now no longer able to walk, needs complete assistance for movement. But you also described how losses are little by little. Can you maybe are there times where you notice those little losses over time?
Yes, there were. For Lily, a lot of it was gradual. A couple of things were sudden, but most of it was gradual because she had so much determination. She was always trying. We started with a walker, and she kept using that walker until she couldn't. Then we got her a stronger walker because she would flip in the walker because her balance was off. So if the walker wasn't heavy, she would fall over. And we keep using, until this day, we still try to use the walker, but she cannot move her legs the way she needs to. She cannot do anything unassisted. But for Lily, for the most part, everything was gradual. Even the speech was gradual until now she can no longer barely pronounce any words, but you can see her want to, but you just can't physically. So with juvenile, it seems that everything was pretty gradual.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Yasmina. I see we have a phone caller. We have Becky from Washington State who wants to share some of the impacts that their family experienced shortly after diagnosis. So, Becky, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to share a bit of the impact of the Tay-Sachs diagnosis of our daughter, of infantile Tay-Sachs, on our whole family. Mm-hmm. It really did truly affect our daily functioning and our daily life for all of us. We also had an older daughter to care for during the time that Miss Elliott was alive and with us. And one of the things that was impactful for us, unfortunately, in a negative way, is that as we attempted to usher our older daughter through school and her activities and to have general family time as one typically would, it became more and more challenging as Elliott's condition continued and as her regression set in. Obviously, she needed 24-hour, very specialized care. We couldn't just let anyone who asked hold her. We couldn't get a typical babysitter and go out for an evening or away for a weekend or do things like that but especially for our older daughter, Skylar, as she was involved in activities. I remember primarily a couple of things. When I needed to take her to her swimming lessons, the only place to sit was up 2 flights of stairs, and that's where the parents needed to go to watch their children during swimming lessons. And during that time, I had to move Elliot's adaptive stroller into the area and then scoop her up and carry her up those 2 flights of stairs and sit there for an hour, which was very cumbersome for her and uncomfortable because being, supported just in my arms and not with all of sort of the padding and structure that she needs was a challenge. And for me to be able, to do that by myself and up and down the stairs. Another issue that we faced was just going to the grocery store, a simple everyday outing that everyone should be able to do. Again, I would have to push her in her adaptive stroller while pulling the grocery cart behind me. And I know that we were quite a sight to see, but my options were either do that and be able to get my things done, or basically be forced to stay in the house all day until my husband would come home. And then even at that time, if one of us could go to the grocery store, well, then that further interrupted our family time. So just navigating those very small tasks that one may not think about otherwise because they just seem so typical to our daily lives were quite the challenge for us in many, many ways when caring for our daughter.
And thank you for sharing about Elliot and the whole family impacts. It sounds like a lot of that was perhaps driven by the limitations in Elliot's mobility. Were there other aspects of Elliot's condition that were kind of making those impacts, or was it really primarily the mobility limitations?
It was definitely the mobility. Also, the level of her seizure activity was cumbersome as well. Even with multiple medications over the span of her entire life, we were never truly able to really get that in line. So positioning, noise, movement, even things like wind or rain, all of that could have an effect on her seizures. And so, again, just being able to be out and about or travel or do things as we normally would was all impacted by that.
Sure. Wow. Well, Becky, thank you so much for being willing to call in and share your family's and Elliot's experiences. I think it really helps us better understand some of the impacts and what that actually looks like and translates to in daily life. I do know that we've been getting a number of written comments on this topic as well. So, Kathy, I'd like to check in with you on this.
Sure. Yes, so Caitlin from Chicago shares the daily struggle with secretions, mobility, the constant state of discomfort from limited movement. And we've also heard, similar to what we heard from our patient panel here and the families that shared before, that Shannon, for example, in Ohio says, I think the seizures and associated neurological issues were the most difficult to handle as a caregiver. And lastly, Sandra in France shares that Matilda doesn't speak anymore, but her eyes say it all. So similar to what Yasmina was sharing about Lily's loss of her verbal ability to communicate.
Yes. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. We'll continue to share written comments that are provided. We may not be able to get through all of them today, but know that all written comments that come in will be included in the Voice of the Patient report. So we've already started to hit on some of the ways that GM2 impacts activities in daily life, but I want to go to a polling question here and kind of get our audience thinking even more directly about this. So go ahead now and go back to that polling webpage, pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Again, you can keep this open throughout the entire session as new polling questions. We get to new polling questions, you'll be able to answer those as they arise. So here we want to know what daily life activities that are important to your loved one are they not able to do or struggle with due to GM2? And here, please select up to the top 3 of those daily life activities that are important, that are impacted. So the options are A, attending school, B, the ability to crawl, stand, or walk, C, the ability to roll over or sit up, D, the ability to talk or learn to talk, E, biking or playing sports, F, self-care, G, the ability to eat, H, the ability to play with toys, I, sleeping, J, going to restaurants, K, attending social events with family or friends, or L, some other activity in daily life that's important to your loved one that they are not able to do or struggle with as a result of their GM2.
Not surprising, the mobility factor and the ability to eat independently are very high. There's a very high percentage.
Yes, we've already been hearing that as I would say, a theme of our morning discussion. We'll give everyone here a few more moments, but it looks like some of the other top ones, in addition to those, include the ability to talk or the ability to learn to talk, as well as some other related mobility issues of being able to roll over or sit up, as well as the ability to self-care. Again, really striking to me is that every single one of these is in some number of people's top 3 important activities that are either impossible or are difficult as a result of GM2. So I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel here, and maybe Kim, we can start this one with you. In your experience, what are some of the most important activities that have been impacted?
Yeah, my name is Kim. I am the mother to Grayson Rudness. He was diagnosed with infantile Tay-Sachs at 16 months old. And unfortunately, we did lose him September 6, 2022. He was just shy of his 3rd birthday. This one was hard for me because a lot of them, more than the top 3 for us, but he never was able to crawl or walk. I think the biggest one that hits home with me is playing with toys. Grayson was also 7 weeks early, premature, so we were kind of worried about delays and everything, but he hit every milestone that they set in front of him until that walking, crawling phase. And when we really started to notice something was wrong was we used to read books together all the time, and he would point and turn pages for me, and we would point at the noises that the animals made, and then all of a sudden that kind of stopped. He kind of stopped reaching for toys, and he would stop reaching for my husband and I, and kind of just little things that we noticed. But I think that would be my biggest one, that we really missed out on him being a kid and being able to play with the toys that we bought for him and that he used to love.
And was that, were those things that you noticed but before he was actually diagnosed? Were those some of the very first things?
Yes, yep. So we really started to notice around 9 months of age that things kind of didn't make sense. And he used to make a lot of noises, and he said mama, he said dada, and like all this stuff kind of stopped happening. And with us being first-time parents, we were kind of like, well, maybe we're just overthinking it. And we brought our concerns to our pediatrician, and she really listened to us. So we were very lucky with our pediatrician. And she just suggested an MRI and kind of, let's just see what something's going on. It took us about 4 months to get our diagnosis, but in between that time of searching for answers, he lost a lot of his abilities very quickly.
So in addition to some of those initial things, kind of interacting with his toys and with you all, over those 4 months till you got the diagnosis, maybe even, beyond that, what could you maybe describe, the further loss of abilities that he experienced?
Yeah. Very quickly, he lost his muscle tone. He never really could sit unassisted. He would kind of topple over, but he could kind of catch himself. And that went away. He lost the ability to hold up his head. So it was very like he became an infant again, with not being able to move, or like if he was uncomfortable, he used to be able to do a shift and adjust, and that went away. And like bath time, he used to love his baths and would kick and splash and make a mess in there and get us all wet, and that all stopped. And that's, again, something we noticed on a video, like Aaron had mentioned with Annabella, is that he used to love that, and he stopped doing it. And like one day we're watching this video and we're like, wait, Grayson doesn't do that anymore. I'm like, why isn't he doing that? And that, again, pushed us to find answers.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Kim, for sharing some of those important examples that represent his, experiences. Nate, I'd like to bring you into this topic. Again, we saw that there was a wide range of things that were some of the most impacted activities in daily life. Can you describe some of your experience there?
Yeah, so I'm Nate Chapman, living up in Cambridge, Minnesota, so north of Minneapolis, father to Ollie. Ollie's journey was an interesting one. It took us 9 months to go from something's not right to getting a diagnosis in September of 2019. And then she passed away on March 26th of 2020, which was, for all of us who remember, it was really the start of COVID. She actually passed away 27 hours before the stay-at-home order went into effect in Minnesota. Wow. No, but when I think back to Ollie, and it's funny because I'm listening to all the stories and I'm like, yep. I think the one that really stands out to me is we got Ollie's diagnosis through an eye exam, through that cherry red spot that they talked about in the videos. Excuse me. And we actually got her prescription glasses. And we are pretty sure it was the first time that she had seen us was after she had gotten those glasses, because our other daughter could get in her face and she would laugh hysterically. Mom and Dad would work our butt off to try to get her to laugh, and she'd just kind of stare at us like, no. And she got her glasses, and she put her glasses on and had a 5-minute giggle fit.
Oh my goodness.
So like the eyesight is the one that really stands out to me. But I also remember her being able to sit and then not being able to do that. Her trying really hard to get up on all fours to crawl and not being able to get up there. I think there's just so many of those things that, as Kim and Aaron alluded to, that you go back and you look at it on video and you're like, oh, I didn't even realize it started then.
Right.
Because you notice the staring off into space, or that the head's tilted because she couldn't hold her head up. I think there's lots of those things that you don't put together until after the fact.
And for Ollie, were these things that were skills or like vision, things that she had and then kind of regressed, or were these things that she wasn't able to attain in the first place? Could you maybe kind of help us understand that a little bit?
Yeah, the vision one is a hard one, right? She was, a year and a half old when we got her diagnosis, year and a half-ish when we got her diagnosis. So she was never verbal. So it's hard because I'm looking at her trying to tell if she could see, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's a really hard thing to do. But like the sitting, she had mostly sat unsupported by herself. But she never crawled. She just never hit those milestones, and having the older sister that you could kind of go and go, timing wise, this doesn't add up.
Yeah. And then in terms of, these experiences and the things that, kind of vision and her kind of physical abilities, and limitations, what did that mean for her and for, your family in terms of, kinds of things that you would have wanted to do or maybe had been doing with her that maybe were limited?
We were the stubborn family. We really were. She was diagnosed in September and we went to Disney World in December. And honestly, for a 2-year-old or 1.5-year-old, it probably doesn't change a whole lot, right? She was going to ride in a stroller the whole time anyways. It changed what we packed because she was on a G2 by that point. I actually think the thing that stands out the most to me is our neurologist was great and got us the handicap parking permit, which it's amazing how with infantile kids, I think a lot of times that gets missed, right? Because the kid's not driving, the kid's not doing those things. And I think even sometimes with the juvenile kids, but they're bigger and come with more things.
Right.
So the need becomes more apparent. But I remember parking in that handicap spot, pulling her stroller out of the back of the car, and having people verbally say things to me like, why do you need a handicap parking spot? And I was usually stubborn enough or angry enough at them to just blatantly say, my kid's got a terminal illness and we'll be happy if she's with us for another 6 months. Like, I was just honest with them.
Yeah.
And they usually tuck their tail between their legs and walk away really quickly.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing that I think was probably not the hardest. I think the 48 days out of 60 days in the hospital was probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Because you have the other kid at home and you're trying to get home and you're trying to do those things and you're trying to be mom and you're trying to be dad. But the lack of understanding, because it is a relatively invisible disease, especially the infantile version of it,
Right.
because they just look like a slightly larger baby.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Nate. I do recognize, I see that a number of you in the audience have been writing in on this topic. Kathy, what are you seeing there?
Sure. So one of the moms of a child with Tay-Sachs, Abby from Portland, shares that his disease has largely taken away his ability to laugh and smile. His lack of speech, mobility, and eating by mouth are all manageable symptoms. He was a very happy baby who loved to laugh with his brother, and seeing that taken away has had a huge impact on our quality of life as a family. In addition, we heard from another mom who talked about being forced to get a G-tube because it was unsafe for her child to continue to eat. And another mom, Sandra, who we've heard from before from France, said that they spent a lot of time on therapies, physiotherapist, occupational therapy, speech therapy, equine therapy. And so our family's life revolved around their daughter, Matilda.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you, everyone who's been writing in and sharing experiences. And please keep those coming as we'll continue to read those. I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit one more time here as part of this first session. Recognizing that you've been telling us about and describing what your loved ones went through, but we also want to understand what some of the worries and concerns that you've had over time or maybe have today are. And so we have one final polling question as part of this first session. So go ahead and go back to that webpage, pollev.com/GM2PFDD. And here we want to know exactly that. What worries you the most about your loved one's condition in the future? Select the top 3. And so the options are A, losing the ability to walk or falling, B, losing the ability to eat by mouth, C, the ability to self-care or have independence, D, the inability to develop or maintain friendships, E, worsening seizures, F, not being able to communicate pain, G, not being able to attend school anymore, F, needing a feeding tube or medical interventions, I, worry that symptoms will get worse, J, falling, K, worsening impaired thinking or memory, or L, something else that worried you about your loved one's condition in the future that represents one of those top 3 greatest worries that you have that's not otherwise represented here in the response options.
I think it's no surprise that one of the greatest fears is the symptoms getting worse, the progression of the disease. And again, we see the recurring theme of seizures and losing the ability to eat independently.
So we'll give you just a few more moments here. I know these ones are hard, where we ask you to narrow it down and just give us the top few responses. But most importantly, I want you to think about why you're selecting those options that you've picked, and hope that you'll share with us what was behind that decision, so we can help understand your loved one's experiences. So we're seeing here everything except for not being able to attend school as in some number of people's top 3 greatest worries. We are seeing that symptoms will get worse as the top one, worsening seizures, losing the ability to eat, and perhaps being able to communicate pain as the next tier, but we see quite a few others. And so I'd be very interested to hear from our audience in terms of what that might be. If you'd like to share some of your worries and concerns and greatest worries and concerns, you can do so by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. But I want to check back in with our Zoom panel here and maybe start the discussion with them. Maybe I'll ask for a little show of hands of who would maybe want to get us started or share something on this topic of worries and concerns. All right, Nate, I think I saw your hand up first, so we'll start with you, but we'll bring in the others as well.
Yeah, I think, I mean, and you know, obviously Ali has passed away, so I think I come from maybe a little bit different perspective.
Yes.
But I think one of our things that we always worried about was her being able to communicate that pain level or the pain and like what was going on. So I think maybe this is just a reminder for those parents who are out there who are watching this that are still going through this is, you know, your kid. Be that advocate for your kid. I can't tell you the number of times that the nurses would come in, especially early in her first hospital stay, and ask, does she look like she's in pain? You know, what do you think? What do you think? How do you think she feels right now? Yeah. And as we progressed through a hospital stay, you know, again, 48 days out of 60, we had the same nursing crew pretty much that whole time. They got to know and be able to read her body language too. But we had an admission that the doctor in the ED kept saying, oh, I don't think there's a whole lot going on here. And I'm like, no, there is. Yeah. And I actually, to the point that I said, I'm not leaving. So you can either keep me in this ED room or you can send me upstairs. And we were upstairs, and that was the start of a 21-day hospital stay. So again, I can't say it enough, advocate for your kid. You know them better than anybody else does.
And maybe just so I understand when you were talking about, you know, not only yourself, but, you know, over time, you know, the nursing staff being able to read body language, you know, as verbal communication, you know, no longer existed, you know, what kind of nonverbal, you know, kind of communication or cues or body language, you know, were present?
Yeah, Ollie was really good at communicating with her eyes. I think we almost always knew. My brother actually wrote her obituary and said that she had the most sassy looks. Like you knew what she was thinking. If she didn't like what we were doing, she let you know, even though she couldn't say it. Yeah. But her eyes, she would clearly wince. Her body would tense up.
Yeah.
She actually would start biting her lip. We actually had the point where we had to try to figure out like almost like a mouth guard thing because she bit through the inside of her lip because she was in pain. I do think a lot of it was the eyes, but there was, you know, she didn't make fists except for when she was in pain.
I see. Yeah. Well, thank you for helping me understand that, and again for sharing. Kim, let's go to you next on this question of greatest worries or concerns that you and your family experienced.
I think one of the biggest ones for us was how are we going to survive without him here? Mm-hmm. Or like, how are we going to handle his passing? Something that no parent should ever have to think about. We were robbed of a lot with this disease. And one thing that I'm very thankful for is my husband and I were always on the same page. We wanted quality over quantity. We wanted him to have the best life that we could give him, and we wanted him to be comfortable. One of the things that I think really sticks out in my mind is when we got him enrolled in hospice. He's a 2-year-old kid in hospice. And again, something that parents shouldn't have to do. But our nursing staff kind of brought up the fact of a DNR, a do not resuscitate order. and we didn't want to sign it because we weren't ready and we didn't want that conversation. And another thing we had to face that parents shouldn't have to face, but we eventually did sign it because we didn't want his body going through CPR. And I can vividly remember tucking him in at night and saying, when you're done, you go. When your body is done, you let go. Mommy and daddy will survive, but you have to go when it's your time. And again, a conversation, I should be reading him a bedtime story and not having that conversation with him.
Yeah.
But we were very lucky in the sense of when it was time, my entire family and my husband's family were able to make it to our home, and he passed relatively peacefully at our house. And that was my biggest fear is what are we going to do and how are we going to survive? And how are we going to keep Grayson's legacy alive? Because I want everyone to know Grayson's name, and I want everyone to know about all these kids and all these families that we've met through NTSAD, because they are all amazing and we are going to change the world for these kids.
Yeah. Well, Kim, you're amazing for sharing that and sharing that difficult time with Grayson at the end of his life, and I really appreciate you being so willing to do so. Yasmina, I'll give you the final word here on our Zoom panel on this topic of greatest worries and concerns.
Yeah, I have a lot of worries because Lily is 11 and she's going to be 11, and it's hard. The pain aspect of it is her, now that she doesn't communicate, we are practicing on a communication device right now to try and keep her communicating, because essentially our children, especially the juvenile children, they still have the ability to think, but they're basically trapped in their bodies. And that's one of the things, like Nate was saying with the eyes, is we have to be so focused on their communication and how they're trying to communicate with us. And that's why nursing care is so difficult, because unless you have somebody that's with your child 24/7, they are not going to understand your child like you do. And that's also one of my biggest worries as a single parent, as well, as to always being there for her and being able to make sure she's getting what she needs. Because at this point, I've been with her 24/7 for 11 years. Only I know what she truly needs and how she needs it. And, I worry about all these people that I have to keep introducing into her life. And like Kim said, no child should have to be on hospice care. And I had to bring hospice in. And, so there's a lot of worries. There's worries like for your child, for the future, facing that we have to face that she is going to die. She was given a death sentence. There's so many worries. Am I making the right choice by not sending her to school? Because she has so many therapies. She has speech, she has occupational therapy, feeding therapy, now the communication device therapy, equine therapy, a physical therapy. I mean, the child lives the life of therapy just so that we can keep her just sustaining, because there is no way our children are going to make gains. That word gain is not in our vocabulary. We either sustain until we regress. And, so there's a lot of worries. Then there's the healthy sibling that's involved, and we have to also be a parent to that child. And there is just so many worries, just not just focused based on the illness itself. It's like life doesn't stop. Real life keeps happening with your child being terminal. It's like we don't get a choice in okay, we'll just leave our other problems, for later on. We'll just focus on our child. We still have to focus on our healthy child. We have to focus on our finances.
Yes.
All the nursing care. We're in a nursing crisis. I live in Florida. We have the biggest nursing crisis. So, I mean, we barely don't have nurses when we need them. We have so many issues, not just, and we just sending your child to school within our illness. There's so many germs. It's like we're sending our children closer to death if we do send them to school. And then if we don't send them to school, there's that guilt of not sending them to school. Did we just take away their social life? And then is it fair for them to see other children do things that they can't do? And then her pain, we never know. Is she acting out because she's in pain, or is she acting out because she needs some kind of other attention? But there's a lot.
It is a lot. And I know that these questions are incredibly hard. And, thank you so much for reflecting so openly, Yasmina.
Thank you.
we'll give the final word on this topic to those who've been writing in. I know they've been sharing some worries for the future.
Sure. So we have a couple of families who are joining us from other countries. Alejandra from Argentina says, one of the most difficult things for me as a mother of 2 children with Tay-Sachs and 2 healthy children is to watch how my 2 children advance and improve some abilities as talk, play, and make friends, while my children affected with Tay-Sachs are unable to do those kinds of things. That really breaks my heart. And Patricia, who's in the United Kingdom, shares that one of the most difficult moments was when our daughter was no longer able to reach out and hold our hand. We really struggled with the progression of the disease. You don't realize who's comforting that small action is for both of you, and that your child will until they are no longer able to do it. And so it's little things, but it's also the big things. So we thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, so thank you to all of our infantile and juvenile onset community members who have shared today, whether our Zoom panel, our callers, and our all of you who have been submitting these written comments. At this point, we are going to shift gears. We're going to now focus on the adult onset community. And so as we are going to move into that topic, I'm going to hand it over here to Kathy to introduce our speaker, who will provide us a clinical overview of this form of the condition.
Thank you so much, James. And thank you to everyone who participated in that very informative discussion and polling. As we move on, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Cynthia Tift, who will share a clinical overview of the late onset or adult form of GM2. Dr. Tift received her MD and PhD from the University of Texas Health Science Center and Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences at Houston. She completed pediatric residency training at Johns Hopkins Hospital and a clinical genetics fellowship in the Inter-Institute Medical Genetics Training Program at the NIH. After 18 years at the Children's National Health System and serving as Division Chair of Genetics and Metabolism, Dr. Tift was recruited to the National Human Genome Research Institute to become the Deputy Clinical Director and Director of Pediatric NIH Undiagnosed Diseases Program. Her research interests include the natural history and pathogenesis of lysosomal storage disorders affecting the central nervous system, particularly Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases and GM1 gangliosidosis. In 2019, Dr. Tift and her collaborators initiated a first-in-human phase 1/2 trial of AAV9 intravenous gene therapy for patients with type 1 and type 2 GM1. Dr. Tift also serves on NTSAD's Scientific Advisory Council and is the co-leader of our Late Onset Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff Think Tank initiative. And now here's Dr. Tift.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I know NTSAD shares my passion for treatments for Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. Dr. Eichler has already given a short overview of infantile and juvenile disease. And in the next 10 minutes, I would like to provide information and perspective on patients with late onset disease. As Dr. Eichler has already explained, gangliosides are critical components of neurons. And as you can see from this diagram on the right, must be recycled for further use. This breakdown and recycling takes place within the lysosome of the cell. As shown on the left, metabolism of GM2 ganglioside to GM3 ganglioside is the second step in the degradation pathway, removing the terminal sugar N-acetylgalactosamine, or GalNAc, shown as a yellow square. Mutations or genetic changes in any of 3 genes required for GM2 degradation give rise to Tay-Sachs disease, Sandhoff disease, and the GM2 activator deficiency, and are collectively called the GM2 gangliosidosis. Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases are caused by mutations in the hex A or the hex B genes that give rise to the alpha and beta subunits of beta hexosaminidase A enzyme. It is only the hex A enzyme containing both the alpha and the beta subunits with the help of the GM2 activator protein that can degrade GM2 ganglioside. This is why Tay-Sachs, Sandhoff, and the AB variant are often thought of as cousin diseases. Dr. Eichler has already described the features of infantile and juvenile gangliosidosis. Late onset GM2 is characterized by onset of symptoms in early adulthood, usually with leg weakness, increasing falls, or inability to rise from the floor. One of my patients described her initial difficulty as inability to climb the bleachers in high school. Patients develop unstable walking, speech that is difficult to understand, also called dysarthria, and psychosis can also be the first symptom of disease. Although they have similar symptoms of weakness and difficulty walking, we are finding parts is a slightly greater amount of enzyme activity. This is determined by the specific mutations that result in a small amount of activity, roughly 10% of normal, whereas infantile and juvenile patients have only about 1 to 2% of normal at best. Patients with late onset Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease have more variability in the age of onset and the rate of disease progression than patients with infantile and juvenile onset disease. Here you can appreciate on the left the slow but relentless progression of late onset Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease. LOTS, L-O-T-S-S, not a typo. And again, on the right, the delay from symptom onset to diagnosis in our patients that we see at the NIH. The take-home message here is that there is much too large a gap between symptom onset and diagnosis for both Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases. As you can see here from the purple on the left, LOTS patients have a very characteristic muscle weakness that involves the anti-gravity muscles, the elbow extensors or triceps, the hip flexors or quadriceps, and the knee extensors, indicated by the red arrows on the graph at the bottom. Other groups are minimally affected. On the right side, you can see in the NIH cohort isometric knee extension and flexion measures. Normally, extensors are stronger than flexors, but in symptomatic LOTS patients, this ratio is actually reversed, with the flexors being stronger than the extensors. The neurogenic muscle weakness in LOTS initiates from impairment of upper motor neurons and is transmitted down the spinal cord to the lower motor neurons that are also impaired and degenerating due to storage of GM2 ganglioside. This results in muscle atrophy, as you can see here in panel B, which is actually a cross-section of the thigh indicated in panel D. The degenerating muscle fibers can be seen here in panel C. Note also the characteristic knee-locked stance of LOTS patients. Because the quadriceps are weak and atrophied, the only way to maintain an upright posture is to lock the knees. If the knees become unlocked or slightly bent, such as walking on an uneven surface or climbing stairs, the quadriceps are too weak to hold the weight of the individual and they fall. Hence, one of the earliest features of LOTS is frequent falls. Patients also have a characteristic way of rising from a chair, using the arms of the chair to lift themselves in order to lock the knees before being able to get to a standing position. Late onset Tay-Sachs patients have additional features that we do not see in our Sandhoff patients. On the left, Tay-Sachs patients have impaired speech or dysarthria that can worsen over time, making intelligibility difficult even for caregivers. We do not see this in our Sandhoff patients. We also see cerebellar atrophy in Tay-Sachs patients that is not seen in our Sandhoff patients. In contrast, Patients with Sandhoff disease can have sensory neuropathy that manifests as tingling and numbness in the distal extremities, in the fingers and the toes. Some individuals experience a burning pain in their hands and feet. We do not see this in our Tay-Sachs patients. Here, the arrows point to increasing cerebellar atrophy over time in the same patient as compared to a control adult. This cerebellar atrophy worsens over decades, but some cerebellar atrophy is often seen even at the time of diagnosis. This is why this is important and what this tells us about Sandhoff disease follows. The cerebellum is a major part of communication of the brain and is responsible for integration of several functional domains that, when impaired, lead to some of the most troubling symptoms of Tay-Sachs patients. Motor control, leading to ataxia and dysarthria, as well as other domains for attention and language processing and decision-making and reasoning, resulting in what is known as the cerebellar syndrome. This may be the cause of the increased risk for psychiatric symptoms like psychosis that leads to significant disability for patients and for their caregivers. To summarize then, late onset GM2 gangliosidosis, Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease are recessive disorders resulting from biallelic mutations in either the hex A or the hex B genes. Common features of both disorders include progressive muscle weakness and atrophy, particularly in the anti-gravity muscles, initially leading to a locked knee stance for walking, but eventually resulting in the use of a cane or a walker, and then loss of ambulation and dependency on a wheelchair or scooter. Lots of patients have a high incidence of psychosis, up to 40% in some studies, and this can be the first symptom of disease. Lots of patients can have progressive dysarthria, making communication increasingly frustrating and difficult. Sandhoff patients can have peripheral neuropathy with numbness or pain in the hands and feet. Both disorders result in progressive disability and greater dependence on caregivers for the activities of daily living. Now I am looking forward to hearing from our patients and their caregivers as they tell their own stories. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tiff, for that very helpful clinical overview of adult onset GM2. It's now our opportunity to hear from this portion of the GM2 community, those of you living with adult and onset GM2, as well as your caregivers and family members. So you'll now see the set of questions that we're going to be exploring together. These will look familiar for those of you who have been with us through the morning session on infantile juvenile. Similarly here, now focusing on late onset, we want to hear from you about which of your GM2 symptoms have had the most significant impact on your life, as understanding what that looks like perhaps on best days and worst days. We want to hear how those symptoms and health effects translate in terms of impacts in daily life, wondering which specific activities that are important to you that are either not possible or more difficult as a result of your GM2. We'd like to hear from you about how your experience with GM2 has changed over time, what symptoms have changed, the severity of those symptoms, how they might have changed, as well as your ability to cope with those symptoms having changed over time. And finally, we want to hear from you about your fears as you get older living with adult onset GM2, as well as what worries and maybe frustrations you have about your condition. So to get us started on this topic, we have our second panel of the day. We have Rachel, Michael, and Sophia, who will be helping answer some of these questions. Rachel, why don't you get us started?
Hello all, my name is Rachel and I live in Bristol, Connecticut. I live with my two daughters who are both under the age of 2 and my supportive husband. My story is unique in the fact that I didn't get confirmation or information about my diagnosis until I was age 29. My story actually starts with my brother, Brian, who was 24 at the time. He was working out at the gym, but he would keep dropping weights, losing balance, and not gaining much leg muscle. He went to the hospital in New Britain, where the doctors were perplexed by Brian. After many tests, they recommended that he go to Yale, New Haven to see a neurologist to get a blood test. From the blood test, it was concluded that he has late onset Tay-Sachs, meaning he has 2 recessive DNA genes of Tay-Sachs. He learned this the summer of 2021. My parents were both unaware of being carriers, but in order for my brother and I to have it, my parents had to each have at least 1 gene. By the time my brother found out he had it, my father had passed away due to COVID complications, never knowing what we were diagnosed with. August 21, I learned I was carrying my first baby. I was ecstatic. After a visit to the OBGYN, letting her know my brother was positive for Tay-Sachs, she recommended that I get the NIPT, non-invasive prenatal testing, done, which is a blood test that tests for 14 different types of blood disorders. After waiting the longest 14 business days of my life, I learned I also had Tay-Sachs. Being aware this could affect my baby, my husband also had to get tested. We learned of his results. He is negative for Tay-Sachs, thank goodness, which means my daughter will each just be carriers of Tay-Sachs disease, 1 gene each. This will not affect their life, just have to get tested before they have children of their own. Day to day, I am affected with having Tay-Sachs, speech issues of stuttering, brain processing issues with sight, and having to deal with balancing issues and pain when I am standing for far too long, as well as in my hips. Learning about Tay-Sachs is a very sad disease and usually affects infants and children and terminates life before the child is age 6. My symptoms did not start until I was about 8, where I was constantly tripping and clumsy, and then weren't as noticeable until high school or college. I never was aware that I had Tay-Sachs, and then things started to make sense. In talking with my doctor, he presumes I had Tay-Sachs back in high school when I was playing sports. This was the reason I was always in last place for swim team and could not sprint for track. I noticed the abundance of clumsiness in college. My speech was more affected post-college. When I was pregnant, my balance was off, as with most pregnancies. So much, though, that both pregnancies and post-pregnancy, it has never improved my balance. It's difficult for me to walk upstairs. I have no muscle in my quads anymore. I cannot even get up off a chair without use of my hands. When I fall, if people want to help me up, they have to lift me from behind the shoulders. I cannot even stand up with my legs from being pulled by my arm. My processing speed for comprehending rings was always difficult in school. Middle school through college, where I had to read a textbook and had to read it several times before I could process it. Even as an adult, I have to reread things several times until I understand the point. People will say something to me, and it might take me a few minutes to respond to acknowledge what they had said. My processing delay conveys the message that I do not understand what they are talking about when I do. My speech is very effective for repeating what I said to the student. People assume I have a hearing problem, but my hearing is fine. I do not have any intellectual disability. I hold a bachelor's and 2 masters in education, as well as a bilingual, speaking Spanish and English. I have studied abroad in 2 countries and have held countless jobs from restaurants to retail to customer service and now teaching pre and post pandemic. Currently, I am receiving speech therapy, which is beneficial. My walking imbalance is still problematic. My speech is slowly improving for speech therapy, but still affects me mentally, where people are nasty towards me just based on the way I speak. One thing I have noticed, my speech is much more understandable while singing. Music helps me. For some reason, the lyrics of a song come easy to me. I can figure out the song with only hearing 10 to 20 seconds of the song. I am able to keep the beat, keep the words to the rhythm. So an outlet currently is listening to music. I have fallen in the shower, where most of the time, I was able to catch the wall or curtain to stabilize me. I fell in the shower while pregnant. No idea how, but the next thing I knew, I was laying in the tub with my back on the floor and the water spraying at me. Another time, when I was pregnant, I was leaving the supermarket. I had just finished unloading groceries, was on my way to return the cart, and while holding onto the cart with both hands for balance, with no warning, my legs randomly gave out, and I fell screaming both my knees. I still have scars to this day. The step into my house has little height, where my hips hurt or tighten, and it is difficult to step in. I have actually fallen back and sprained my wrist. Just this morning, I came inside the house after putting stuff in the car, and I started to fall back. I was luckily able to catch myself, the counter saving my fall. From December 20th to January 1st, I have fallen on 3 separate occasions. 2 were minor falls, as in I describe a meaning I fell, felt like slow motion, I was able to get up with little trouble after falling. The worst fall was at my workplace, my school, where I clocked in at 6:05, went to put a package at the coworker's classroom, lost my balance unknowingly, and fell smacking the back of my head on the cement wall. From falling, I screamed and just lay on the floor for a good 5 minutes, with a tingling sensation going from my head to my toes, and constant tingling in my fingertips. Staff came to my aid, but didn't properly know how to help me up. The fact I fell and hurt myself really scared me, for my unknowing future, my daughters, and my husband. Due to the incident, I had to go to MedWorks and get checked. The doctor told me signs for concussion, none of which I had, thankfully, just a big bruise. I followed up within a week and he discharged me. The scary part of falling is I don't know if I will be physically or mentally alright. Now I'm a caretaker for my daughters. Something happens to me, how will that affect them? These are points I would like you to take into consideration about Tay-Sachs disease and how it affects my daily life, as well as other daily physical, mental, and vocal tolls.
Hi, my name's Michael. I'm a 54-year-old male living in Auckland, New Zealand. I was diagnosed with late onset Sandhoff disease in late 2005, early 2006. I believe my childhood was normal. As a child and teenager, I didn't notice any issues. My first sign that something seemed odd was around the age of 27-28, when I noticed I was using my hands to push up and off a chair to stand. I also could not stand from the squat position. It sounds odd now, but even that realisation didn't send me into a panic. I felt it was likely due to lifestyle choices. These symptoms had likely started gradually many years before, and they'd been so gradual that I hadn't noticed that something was wrong. Of course, looking back at my younger self, I think there was some subtle indicators. As a child, sprinting was not my thing, but I did enjoy long distance running. As a teenager, I'd go to the gym with mates, but I never seemed to be able to gain the same muscle mass my mates did. Around the year 2000, I fell down a flight of stairs at home, at night breaking my big toe. I couldn't understand why or how I fell. There was no warning prior to the fall, and I'd walked down the same stairs in the dark many times before without a problem. In the following years, I noticed walking upstairs seemed more difficult. Sometime after my fall, I went to see an orthopedic specialist about my broken toe. During that consultation, I mentioned I had weakness in my legs. I remember being asked if I could stand in the insurer's office without using my hands, to which I replied, not a chance. What followed was a physical muscle strength examination, which ended with a referral to a neurologist at Auckland Hospital. After several consults that included a physical exam and a host of blood tests, I was diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy. I then had an EMG that showed abnormalities. My neurologist then made the critical decision to send my blood to be tested for 3 very rare muscle diseases, one of which was late onset Sandhoff disease, which I tested positive for in late 2005. I was then referred to a metabolic paediatrician at Starship Children's Hospital in Auckland in 2006. A fibroblast confirmed the diagnosis. Since 2006, I've seen a slow but continuing decline in my mobility. It's been quite gradual, but steadily worsening year on year. This has been the biggest hurdle I've faced with this disease. Muscles throughout my body were affected by this condition, but noticeably muscles closer to my core seem to be more greatly affected than those of the extremities. The gradual wasting of my quadricep muscles in my legs has posed, and subsequently a fall. I often choose to avoid family and social activities because of the physical difficulty in participating. If our family are going out for dinner, I need to check the access, and I absolutely prefer somewhere with higher tables and bar stools. My son James plays football. In some of the fields, can only be accessed by walking down a steep grass bank to reach the field. When James was younger, I could carefully walk down the incline sideways to lessen the gradient. But I can no longer do this, and only now attend his games if I can park my car alongside the football field. I haven't been to the supermarket or mall in years, but fortunately my wife takes care of the daily grocery shopping, etc. I'm a self-employed print broker, and I've worked from my home office for nearly 20 years. Relocating my office to home was not driven by my diagnosis. It just worked at the time. I work 5 days a week or more, and I'm out of the office seeing clients and suppliers most days. I still drive and don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. My clients tend to meet me in their car parks or somewhere accessible, as I cannot navigate stairs. My late onset Sandhoff disease has affected my relationships with people as I've become less connected with others. Not because I want to be, but because I guess in my mind the effort to participate takes more physical effort than I'm capable of. I don't want to be treated differently because of my disability, but unfortunately, that's what my life has become. I don't walk far these days, and have just started to use a walking stick if I'm having to walk any distance. I have in the past undertaken an individual drug trial, and I'm currently doing another individual drug trial in Auckland under the guidance of my metabolic specialist. My biggest concern for the future is that regular funding is made available by governments for greater research and finding a cure for rare metabolic diseases. I know we're a small group, but wouldn't it be great if we could tell the story of research that cured our condition? Now that's the story I'd love to share, rather than the story of a life that was compromised by a mutant gene. Thank you.
My name is Sophia. My daughter Vera suffers from LOTS. We live in California near Stanford University. Vera is 50 years old now. She's on disability. Vera has a bachelor degree from Wellesley and MBA from Santa Clara University. I am 74 years old. I'm a widow, and Vera is my only child. We started to notice symptoms such as lack of small motor skills, awkwardness, speech problems from the time she was 9. Looking back, I understand that some of her symptoms existed even before. Vera started speech therapy when she was 14 years old. Her speech problems were explained as an anxiety disorder. Successful immigrant parents are pushing her too hard. She went to a psychologist during high school and was going to a psychiatrist between ages 22 and 23. The same anxiety diagnosis. We have heard all possible explanations related to her different symptoms from a number of physicians. Vera's lack of any athletic abilities and falls were explained by weak ankles. Her working posture was explained as possible trauma during delivery, and so on. I saw that something was very wrong, although her physician denied it. Eventually, I took her to my physician friend, and she immediately diagnosed her with neurological problems. The first diagnosis was sporadic ataxia when she was 23 years old. MRI showed significant degradation in cerebellar region. Diagnosis actually helped Vera. She stopped blaming herself for her problems. Her speech problems and awkwardness affected her social life starting in middle school, going through her entire life. It also affected her ability to find a job in spite of her good education. It was very difficult for her to be interviewed. However, we should be thankful that she doesn't have psychiatric problems. I noticed that her symptoms did not match ataxia completely, but her neurologist didn't want to talk with me and denied any other ideas. It took us another 3 years and 3 different neurologists to get a correct LOTS diagnosis. At that time, everything fell into places. She was 26 years old. If I knew her diagnosis earlier, I would have another child or 2. So not being able to diagnose her for 15 years affected not only her, but also my life. Vera had to go on disability about 13 years ago. By that time, she couldn't drive, started to need help in everyday living, and was getting tired very fast. Vera's conditions now are even more severe. Her speech is very affected. It's not only interferes with her social life, it's also dangerous as she would not be able to be understood if something happened. I do not like to leave her at home alone. She has to be very careful when she eats and drinks because she coughs and often chokes. Vera's legs and arms are very weak. She needs to be helped to get out of bed and needs to be put to bed. Needs to be helped to go to the walk-in bathtub, which she could do just 6 months ago. She needs assistance walking, even when she uses walker. even if she's going for a very short distance. She needs help to dress up. The chance for her to fall while she's standing or walking is very high. Most of the time, she's in a wheelchair. She sleeps in diapers now, not because of incontinence, but because otherwise I have to get up during night to help her, as she cannot safely walk to the bathroom herself. Something, again, she could do just 6 months ago. She needs someone to pick up whatever she drops, as she had fallen a few times while bending down. Vera has 5 broken bones in her feet and 2 broken fingers. It's very difficult to lift her if she falls. I used to be able to do it by myself. She could help a little because her arms were stronger. Now her arms are almost as weak as her legs, and we need 2 people to lift her from the floor. 6 months ago, her falls were not as frequent, and she felt more secure as she walked by herself. Vera has lost her independence completely in spite of trying her best to keep her strength. Physical therapy, trainer, speech therapy, medications that she took during clinical studies. We would be happy if there would be a medicine or any other procedure, including surgery, that could return her to conditions she was just 2 years ago. We both have high anxiety about present and are scared about the future. Who will take care of Vera if something happens with me? Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia, for sharing Vera's journey, and Rachel and Michael for sharing yours as we explore and try to understand what it is to live with adult onset GM2. So now it's our opportunity to broaden the discussion and include all of you in our live audience, people living with late onset GM2, as well as your family members who call in and share those on the live program. You can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to have you join the program and help us understand your personal experiences. You can also write in using the form under the player on the webpage you're following along on today, and we'll continue to read out those comments throughout the session as well. But to get us started and get a sense of our audience and get all of you thinking about some of these topics, we're going to start with some polling questions. So you can go ahead. This is for our late onset patients and caregivers only. Please go to pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Here we want to understand from you, which of the following GM2 related health concerns have you or your loved one ever had? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, muscle weakness, B, motor deficits and gait disturbance, C, muscle spasms or tremors, D, vision deterioration, E, difficulty speaking, F, difficulty swallowing, G, seizures, H, cognitive issues or learning problems, I, anxiety or depression, J, psychiatric illness such as bipolar or schizophrenia, or K, some other GM2 related health concern that you or your loved one have ever had that's not represented in the other response options. As a reminder, this is the first question as part of this session that we're seeing where our respondents can select more than one option. So we're seeing as percentages of total responses, not the percentage of people selecting an individual response. So you can see, use the green bars as kind of a little bit of a relative ranking of different polling questions.
Not surprising that muscle weakness and motor deficits are of greatest concern, and also anxiety associated with GM2. Let's see where the poll lands, but those are the front runners right now.
Yes. So I think we're seeing definitely those as you know, the top ones, although we are seeing a wide range of different GM2 related health concerns that are experienced. as well as some others that aren't listed here. So if you are one of those people that selected other, please call in, write in. We'd love to understand what those were and your experiences, but also if it was some more of the more common experiences, we'd like to hear about those as well. If we can go to our next polling question. So here we have the same response options, but now we're going to ask you to select up to the top 3 most troublesome of those GM2 related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had. Again, the response options are A, muscle weakness, B, motor deficits and gait disturbance, C, muscle spasms or tremors, D, vision deterioration, E, difficulty speaking, F, difficulty swallowing, G, seizures, H, cognitive issues and learning problems, I, anxiety or depression, J, psychiatric illness, or K, some other GM2 related health concern that represents one of your top 3 most troublesome.
And the weakness of muscles.
Yes. I think notably anxiety and depression is a top concern in this area as well. And we're seeing quite a few different ones. No one reporting the vision, seizures, or cognitive issues as part of their top 3. But as you've made these selections, I want you to think about what came to mind as you were making your selection here. And I'd encourage you to call or write in to help us understand what you picked and why. We're going to do one more polling question at this time. So here, the first polling questions were focused on the direct symptoms and health effects. Here we want to understand, whether it's because of one of those things or maybe multiple of those things, what daily life activities that are important to you or your loved one are you or are they not able to do or struggle with as a result of GM2? And again, please select your top 3. The options are A, attending college, B, walking, C, biking or playing sports, D, self-care, E, sleeping, F, driving, G, going to public places like restaurants, concerts, or parks, H, going to work, I, living independently, J, attending social events with family or friends, or K, some other daily life activity that's important to you that you or your loved one either are not able to do or struggle to do as a result of living with GM2.
Again, no surprise that mobility, walking, is high on the list of activities, as well as being able to live independently and take care of oneself. And that's something we hear often.
Yeah, I think that's an area I certainly would like to understand more in terms of, what aspects of self-care, has that become more difficult over time? And what that looks like, and same with living independently. Are there particular aspects of living independently that are maybe, make that difficult or impossible? But just to note that everything except for attending college or other activities are reported in some number of people's top 3. So we do hope to hear about a diversity of these different impacts and why, you selected those in your top 3. So to help us, understand some of these things, I'd like to now welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers here in the adult onset GM2 community who will be with us as part of today's discussion. John, maybe we can start with you on this topic, thinking about all the different health concerns and what that means and translates to in daily life. As you were looking at those polling questions, what were some of the maybe 1 or 2 top things that stood out to you?
Hi, I'm John. I'm 59 years old. I was diagnosed at 47. It just initially came, I went in for a routine physical on a Monday morning, and doctor saw some fasciculations in my knees, which is what led to he wanted to do an EMG. I had an EMG done a few days later, and to my surprise about this, I had the thing done on Thursday. Friday morning, I had to go in. He wanted to see me right away. And about 8:30 Friday morning, he walked into the room and pretty much told me, he said, "John, you have ALS." It was just horrific. I mean, I had, Monday morning I was fine, went for a routine physical. And by 8:30 Friday morning, I'd pretty much been given a death sentence. So that was just horrible. I luckily was able to get to a very good neurologist, and I'm probably one of the shorter diagnoses that I know of, because this was the middle of September, and it was just before Christmas. So just about 3 months when I got the call that it is not ALS, but it is late onset Tay-Sachs. So yeah, it just, from that point on, it's been just a struggle of just learning to deal with things, to just learn to modify my lifestyle and my getting around. I can still get around. I have to use a walker.
Okay.
I have 3 walkers. I have one upstairs, one in the basement, and as well as a electric stair lift to get to the basement. And I have a power wheelchair, and I keep one in my truck. So that's pretty much what my life has become. Just dealing with the mobility. That is my main issue. Mobility and just strength issues is my worst trouble I have right now.
Sure. So maybe I can follow up with you a little bit on that, John. You mentioned that now you need to use a walker. You need assistance, with going up and down stairs. You have, a lift to help with that. Can you tell us, how long from when you were, first kind of misdiagnosed and then eventually diagnosed, was it until you started noticing, mobility impacts?
Well, I tell you the truth. Again, I say I'm 59 years old. I have had issues since I was in high school, but just didn't realize what it was.
I see.
I always just felt myself. I was clumsy, and just out of the blue, I would just fall, things like that. And it came into that point, and when I was in my mid 30s to early 40s, I felt bad about myself. I always felt that I was just out of shape and lazy and things like that, not knowing that it was the Tay-Sachs, it was the problem, and it really, that was what the trouble was. I've just learned things that most people don't even have to think about. I have to think about absolutely everything I do, and it is very difficult.
Right. And John, when you wake up on any given day, do you have a sense of maybe whether it's going to be like a good day or a bad day for you? Do you have big swings, or is pretty much every day similar in terms of the impacts of GM2 and maybe particularly these mobility difficulties?
The first probably couple of years after diagnosis, it was very, not knowing anything about it. And I hadn't found the NTSAD until a couple of years later. And it's just, I've gotten to the point where I'm dealing with it pretty well. I've kind of accepted it, and I realize what the diagnosis is and what the possibilities are. But I am very, very stable right now, and I don't have a lot of depression, things like that. I look forward to, I think of what is going to happen next. Once something comes up, I find a way to deal with it. And that's what my life has become, just finding a way to modify my behaviors and things just so I can get by safely.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, John, for sharing all of that. Kirsten, I'd like to bring you into this conversation too now. Again, we're kind of trying to understand your experiences with some of the symptoms and how that has impacted your life. What were some of the top things that came to your mind as we were doing maybe those polling questions?
Hi, I'm Kirsten White. I live in Albany, New York. I'm 47 years old. I was diagnosed with late onset Tay-Sachs in December of 2010 after nearly 3 years of trying to find a diagnosis. I was misdiagnosed 3 times before, and my experience has been that I was in the police academy for about 8 weeks and broke a thumb, could not continue on. And that's when I started falling for no reason. And at the gym, I noticed I could not do even half the weight that I was doing with my legs prior to the academy.
Wow.
So I really had no idea what was going on. And my doctor seemed to think everything was okay. But I continued pushing because I knew.
Yeah.
And it did lead to the correct diagnosis. The muscle strength deteriorating has really progressed.
Mm-hmm.
I do use a walker at home. I use a wheelchair in the car. And my husband must be with me because I can't move the wheelchair myself.
And Kirsten, you mentioned that around the time of after the you broke your thumb, and then you mentioned that you were having a number of falls. Did the number of falls that you have start increasing? Maybe can you tell us, were you falling like on a daily basis, a weekly basis? What can you describe the falls a little bit to us?
Well, I never knew when I was going to fall. And that was very frightening to me. I lived in an apartment on my own. There were stairs. Outside, there were stairs. And I do remember getting to the bottom one day, and all of a sudden, my both legs just stayed out.
Wow.
And that's how it's been over time. It's even, there weren't injuries until a couple of years in, I would say. And it's now happened in my house back around 2018. And I fractured both knees, patella tendons. So it's really taken a toll physically, as well as emotionally, with the fear of not knowing. And I still don't know. I always wear a brace on my right leg because it gives me a bit more stability if I should fall, that I hopefully will not do more damage.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Kirsten, for helping us understand that and sharing some of those biggest impacts, but also, the kind of burden of having to worry and fear about that so much in daily life. I want to keep going here with our Zoom panel, and Zoe, maybe have you chime in on this topic as well. As you're thinking about, your life and living with GM2, what are some of the things that have most impacted you?
I am Zoe Hunt. I'm in Santa Barbara, California. I'm 36 years old. I was diagnosed at 21 at 2009 after my first year of college. My mom saw me going up the stairs at my grandmother's house and said, "What are you doing? Why are you pulling yourself up the stairs?" And I said, "That's how I go up the stairs." But previously I had started parking different places on campus to be able to avoid stairs or avoid people seeing me go upstairs. Always sort of being clumsy in my childhood in sports, having difficulty getting out of a swimming pool, and hating ice skating because I hated falling because I couldn't stand up. Small things like my handwriting being bad. And then I proceeded to see neurologists and try and figuring out what was going on. Tons of tests, the muscle biopsy, they cut into my leg while I was wide awake with no medication. They ended up misdiagnosing me with spinal muscular atrophy. They moved me on to a new hospital, ran tons of tests, nothing came conclusive. I then moved to San Francisco to attend a different university. I luckily saw a doctor that had diagnosed someone earlier, and he did one blood test that came back that I had Tay-Sachs. About a year later, my oldest sister was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs. After not really knowing what the disease was, we said, "Yeah, you definitely also have Tay-Sachs." The progression early on was fairly slow. I could step up on a curb, then I sort of held on to a pole or a street sign or a car to be able to get up and down a pole. A curb and steps. Stairs have become increasingly more difficult. I've stopped being able to drive out of fear of hurting myself or someone else. And then going out in public, having to use a wheelchair where my husband was pushing me. We finally got an electric wheelchair for out of the house and in the house. I had my first daughter almost 20 months ago, and since then I'm unable to get off the toilet alone or from the seated position, so becoming heavily reliant on my husband to be able to help me with that. It's just sort of constant battle of figuring out what's going to be the next issue and where I go, whether it will be accessible or not, or if I can get in the parking lot, or can I use the bathroom there? Will that be accessible? Keeping up with my daughter, who's an active 20-month-years old, and not wanting to hold her back in any way. The possibility of having another child and what impact that could have on my health and affect them, as I do want to give my daughter a sibling, but also considering her life and my husband's life and what can be managed day in and day out, and sort of every moment is consumed by the disease.
Absolutely. Well, Zoe, you know, you really clearly described for us a number of, like, you know, constantly needing to adapt to, you know, kind of, you know, continued progression, and you described it as kind of incremental but constant. And you gave us some good examples of, you know, kind of getting around in the real world, you know, curbs, you know, needing to use mobility assistance devices like walkers and now wheelchair. But one thing that you mentioned was keeping up with your daughter. And I just wonder, you know, are there any examples that you might be able to share of how you have adapted life to you know, as a mom and keeping up with a, you know, probably energy-filled little one?
Yes. Early on, it was sort of fairly easy because she would sit down with me and we could play and keep her entertained. But now that she's running and wanting to go, she wants to get up. So we have to adapt life, whether I'm in the wheelchair. I mean, I could run over her toe with a 400-pound chair. And if she falls over, not being able to pick her up or be able to bend over to give her a bath at night, or lift her up now that she's a 35-pound, 20-month-old. She's very heavy and a wonderful girl, but she definitely has limitations because I have limitations.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Zoe, so much. I do see that we've been getting a number of written comments that have been coming in. Before we go to that, I'll just say if you'd like to share some of your experiences living with adult onset GM2, you can call in. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to hear about some of your experiences with this condition. But Kathy, what are we seeing from the written comments?
Sure. So Lee, who is a mom of an adult late onset patient, says, the symptoms I see that have most affected my daughter's lifestyle are difficulty walking, going upstairs, and ability to get up out of a seated position. And similarly, we received an email from Alan, who's also in California. He's in Porter Ranch, California. And he says, the symptoms that have the most significant impact on my life are currently mobility, stiff, straight legs, balance, and energy level, use more energy to accomplish simple tasks. So I think we see a very common theme here that we've heard from Kirsten and from Zoe as well, and John. It's the mobility issues that are troublesome.
Yeah. Thank you to everyone who's been writing in. Please keep those coming, and we'll continue reading those out throughout the program. Know if we don't get to your comment, we will be including those in the summary voice of the patient report. I want to kind of broaden the discussion a little bit here. We've tackled a lot in terms of current experiences, but we want to also include and understand some of the things that you might be worrying about or thinking about your futures or your loved ones' futures. So I'd like to take us to one more polling question that we'll cover here in this morning session. This is again for our adult onset community. You can go to pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Again, that's www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. Here we want to know, again, what are those worries that you have that worry you the most about your loved one's condition in the future? We ask that you select up to the top 3. The options here are A, worsening ability to walk and needing assistance, B, loss of the ability to eat safely, C, impacts on social life, D, that my symptoms will get worse, E, the inability to live alone, losing independence, F, not being able to care for myself, G, financial concerns like needing to quit my job or work, H, falling, I, worsening impairment in thinking or memory, J, the ability to start your own family or care for your own children, K, dying prematurely, or L, something else that is one of your greatest worries about you or your loved one's condition in the future that's not otherwise listed here.
As we heard from our Zoom panelists, the fear of, the increase of losing the ability to walk and the increase likelihood of falling is of great concern. And that's showing up here in the polls from the audience who's watching.
Yes. So we'll just give you another moment here on this question. Yes, number 1 is certainly where we've heard the top theme being about mobility, the ability to walk and needing assistance. But what we do see here is, once you put that one aside, we're seeing quite a few, every single one of the other ones, as a top 3 response for a number of people. And so we certainly would want to hear about, this wide range of things. I think we've heard a little bit about falling here, but, people are listing things like worsening or impaired memory, and thinking and things that impact social life and independence. So I think some key things that we certainly would love to hear more about. So to get us started as we kind of broaden this discussion, I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel. And Patricia, start with you. I'd love to hear a little bit about you and your family's experience with GM2 and maybe what rises to the top as a top worry that you all have.
Yes, hi, my name is Patricia Rice, and I'm from Portland, Oregon. Sorry, I'm emotional. I'm hearing all of that, and it's really hard. As a parent, I have 2 kids with late-onset Tay-Sachs. They were diagnosed wrongly, like most of those other people that talked, with muscular dystrophy. At age 21, my 26-year-old daughter suddenly was diagnosed with late-onset Tay-Sachs. When my kids were diagnosed with muscular dystrophy, I thought that was the worst thing ever that happened to me as a parent. But then I found out that muscular dystrophy is a great disease for my kids because late-onset Tay-Sachs is the worst thing that I ever can think about that a parent or an adult or a kid needs to go through. As everybody says and talked about, there's a lot of mobility problems. There's falling, there's eating problems, choking on food, not controlling bowel movement, so living with diapers, and on and on. But I really want to put the most, problem with this disease with the mental. Most of the people here didn't talk about it as much. And I think that that's the number 1 that I see. There's a lot of depression, anxiety, and my kids been having hard time thinking, having hard time with speech. But depression and anxiety is a very, very big thing that late on with this disease that is affecting my kids. I have a 23-year-old son who has late onset Tay-Sachs. He's very lonely. He has no friends. and partially because of his depression and anxiety. And he has a small mobility problems. It's mostly fine motor, so he has a hard time writing and opening things and doing things for himself. But I find that, one of the big things for late onset Tay-Sachs is really the mental problem, that nobody knows a lot about it, talks a lot about it. And I've been sitting and listening to all of those people that are talking about, all of the hard time they have. And really, please talk more and research more about the mental. The mental is a big, big situation when we live with late onset Tay-Sachs. All the mobility is very hard. It's very hard to live with. But when mental problems comes and arise as well, it becomes even harder to live with.
Yeah.
And I know a few cases that I even, in a mental hospital back and forth. And I really want to put that high on the list. All the mobility is very hard to live with. Yeah. And my kids have a very hard time to do so. But when the mental comes and are raised as part of that problem, it becomes almost impossible to live with.
Yeah, well, Patricia, I think this is very important, and so I want to explore it a little bit with you. How would you, maybe it's best through an example, but could you maybe help us understand, how the depression has impacted your son's life? When did the depression arise for him, and what has that meant to him?
So my son always been misdiagnosed, and he has ADHD, and so the problem started at school. In elementary school, he was a hyperactive kid, and a lot of parents didn't want my son to play with their kids because he was very hyper and a lot of times inappropriate. He was saying inappropriate things. We tried to address it with all kinds of ways, but we had a hard time with it. We didn't understand why he's acting the way he's acting. And as time came up, his sister that is older than him for 4 years, she was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy. So we started to explore with my son, and we found out that he has muscular dystrophy as well. And from there, we started to understand that part of his behavioral problem is not ADHD, it's other things like depression and anxiety. And then, so that's where we started to understand that there's more to it than just ADHD. The depression is a thing that is very, very hard on people. And when we didn't know that they have late onset Tay-Sachs and we thought he has muscular dystrophy, doctors tried to give him all kinds of medication that was affecting his mobility more, because we didn't know that there's some medication that you are not allowed to give people with late onset Tay-Sachs because it can affect the mobility more. Right. So we didn't find out we have late onset Tay-Sachs till his sister was 21 and he was 19. So it took us a while to understand why he has all that anxiety and depression. Yeah. His speech is a problem too. So a lot of times people don't understand what they say. He gets really frustrated with that. And so it affects my kids a lot with a way of thinking. The depression, is the way of thinking, forgetting things. A lot of anxiety, going to places. What can I do? How can I use the bathroom? Are people going to look at me? How are they going to think about me or see me or view me? And so that's what it affects them at every day. My son is lately got fired from his job because of his way of acting and way of understanding things emotionally, and so he's really depressed now, and he's sitting at home, and I've been trying to find him ways to find another job, and it's really hard.
Yeah.
You know, we find that a lot of doctors don't know what is late onset Tay-Sachs. So when I get to, or my son or my daughter going to a place and they want to find, you know, medication or help, the doctor needs to research, what is it late onset Tay-Sachs? What does it mean?
Yeah.
And I think that the awareness is not enough. There's not enough awareness.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Patricia, for sharing and raising such an important aspect of living with late onset. I do see we have a phone caller, Ali from San Diego, California, living with GM2. So I'd like to bring her into the conversation to hear you know, what it is that's most important that she'd like to share. So Ali, welcome to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
I mean, for me, living with GM2, I was only diagnosed, let's see, January of 2022. I'm 28 years old, so I got my diagnosis fairly quickly. And I think, like, the things that I noticed the most is just the weakness in my legs and, like, getting up. And I'm using a wheelchair now just to prevent falling. I fall quite a bit, sometimes more than others. There's definitely days that my legs are a lot weaker. I think the first symptoms I noticed was when I was a lot younger. I had a tremor, and I've gone to the doctors to ask about that. Like, growing up, I think the tremor started when I was in grade school, and a lot of doctors just dismissed it as like a familial tremor. So I never thought anything of it. I was a dancer. I was a tennis player. I noticed a lot of things were harder for me than a lot of my other teammates, things that had to do with like the hip flexors and quads, which is typical with Tay-Sachs.
Yeah.
Later, I went on to play tennis for 4 years at UCLA, and after college, I noticed a huge decline in my strength in my legs. I was pulling really hard on the rail to get up the stairs, falling frequently. Luckily, I haven't really broken anything because I do fall pretty hard, but I've been able to catch myself with my hands. I do get a few bumps and bruises and scrapes, but so far, no broken bones. I pushed to see a muscular neurologist after that, and I was diagnosed in 3 months, luckily.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed at UCSD in San Diego. But yeah, it's affected a lot of areas of my life. I'm young. I want to have a normal relationship and kids and travel, and it's really impacted on how I can do basic things. I'm a really independent person, really active. So it really scares me to think that those things could be slowly taken away from me.
Right.
It gives me a lot of anxiety to think about that affecting my ability to just have a normal life. It's already affected my life in terms of I have to think about everything that I do. Like, if a curb is too high and my leg's going to buckle because they just buckle randomly. Or sometimes, since I do walk around occasionally, when I'm using my wheelchair, I'm still getting used to, you know, something that's fairly invisible becoming visible.
Right.
And now my arms are getting a bit weaker. I do have like a smooth on the back of my chair so that I can use it for support with like wheeling, with actually pushing the manual chair. So I don't have like a scooter yet, but
Yeah.
I opted for the manual chair for now.
Right.
I use some knee braces occasionally to help with my legs because I lock my legs when I'm standing and walking, so my knees get pretty sore.
Wow. Well, Ali, this has been very illuminating for someone who, as you've described yourself, was college athlete and capable of doing so much physically, and describing now the daily kind of struggles that you have. I really appreciate you calling in and speaking so much to all of that. I do see that we have also gotten a number of written comments on this topic, and so perhaps we can round out our session this morning with some of those. Kathy?
Sure. So in addition to the fear of injury from fall, there is that fear associated with the mental health issues. And Sonia from Germany says, since the age of 18, I have had countless stays in psychiatric clinics due to psychosis. My increasing neurological problems were seen as a side effect of the antipsychotic drugs. And at the age of 35, the neurological symptoms were so evident that I finally was sent to a medical center for rare diseases and finally diagnosed with LOTS there. She also went on to say that she's now lost hope and can see that her symptoms are getting worse, and she's become much more anxious as a result of that. Joseph from Newcastle, Pennsylvania, shared that recently his wife experienced severe psychiatric issues. Her birth control was changed in March, and she went on to have psychotic episodes once a month around her cycle. And this was brought forward to her OBGYN, and then the medication was changed. So we are seeing psychiatric aspects of late onset Tay-Sachs in many of the patients, in addition to the physical aspects that they're coping with.
Well, I just want to thank everyone who has participated in this late onset discussion, but in this entire morning. I know we had so much to try to cover to understand what it is to live with GM2, and you've helped us, learn so much about what that actually looks like and the greatest impacts that you're experiencing. At this point, we're going to move to a break. We're going to break until 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to come back in the afternoon and build on this really rich morning discussion by exploring the approaches to treatments in this community and get your perspectives on what you'd like to see from future treatments. So we hope to see and hear from you all in this afternoon when we pick back up. But for now, we'll go to a break. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on GM2 gangliosidosis, known as Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff disease. I'm James Valentine, your meeting moderator. I'm here in the studio with Kathy Flynn from NTSAD, and we are so looking forward to continuing the dialogue and discussion that we started this morning, understanding the patient's experiences and preferences related to their disease, and now this afternoon related to treatment approaches. So as we shift to this discussion of treatment approaches, you'll see some of the questions here that we'd like to cover and get your input on across the full range of the GM2 community, infantile, juvenile, and adult onset GM2. So here, we want to understand from you, what you're currently doing to try to manage your GM2 symptoms. We'll use the term treatments, but when we use the word treatments, what we're really referring to is the range of, yes, medications that might be used off-label to treat symptoms, medical procedures, physical, occupational, other types of therapy, but also more holistic approaches, that you might be trying, even lifestyle modifications, anything that you're doing or trying to make living life with GM2 a little bit easier is what we're trying to explore in this session. We want to understand, with regard to those things, how well they are addressing the most significant symptoms of your or your loved one's GM2, and whether or not those things that you're trying are working or being successful at helping with your GM2. We also want to explore some of the most significant downsides of those interventions, whether that might be side effects of medical products, the burden or time that it takes to keep up with a treatment regimen, anything that you would view as a downside. We want to hear about those and how those downsides affect your and your loved one's daily lives. And then finally, at the end of the session, we're going to shift gears looking towards the future. And while we would all want a complete cure for GM2, for the purposes of our discussion, we want to think about those products that might come down the pipeline before we get to that cure. And so we want to know, what specific things would you be looking for in an ideal future treatment for GM2? So to help us get thinking about these topics and to share their experiences with treatments, we have another panel of your peers. We have Mandy, Carla, Ken, Ali, and Rita, who are going to be sharing their experiences. Mandy, why don't you take it away?
Hello, my name is Mandy, and my family consists of my husband, Jeff, our son, Aaron, and his wife, Josie, and our 3 daughters, Emma, Molly, and Madeline. We live in Manhattan, Illinois, which is just south of Chicago. April 30th, 2016 was a busy yet pretty ordinary day. 2 days before a planned vacation by my husband for my 40th birthday. That day, we got the call that will forever change our lives. The call that made time stand still while causing time to look into a very scary future ahead. Molly, age 9, and Madeline, age 6, they were diagnosed with juvenile Sandhoff disease that day. The call was from the geneticist, and I knew it was bad when I could hear the quiver in his voice as he tried to hold back tears while he was giving us the devastating news. In this phone call, he gave us the diagnosis. He explained it somewhat, and then we set up an appointment for the following day to go over all the details. We went on our first of what would be many trips to downtown Chicago. This is where the reality set in. He told us, there's no cure, there's no treatment for juvenile Sandhoff disease. There's little known about it other than being known to be fatal in the teenage years. Best course of action was to manage the symptoms. And that is what we've been doing for Molly and Madeline for the past 7 years. Even though Molly and Madeline have the same disease, they have presented with different symptoms at different times. Molly's decline began with her mental health, incontinence, and having more and more trouble in school. Madeline began with her gait changing, which caused lots of falls. And then also we started seeing a lot more developmental delay. But what they had in common was that they went from walking to school to then needing wheelchairs. They went from eating their favorite treats by mouth to needing feeding tubes. They went from talking full sentences to just making sounds and occasional laughter. And instead of continuing to go to soccer practice and dance class, they go to therapies now. Molly, who's now age 16, has been pretty stable for the past several years. We began her treatment and intervention by finding a psychiatrist that would help us with her mental health needs. Molly was hallucinating. She saw spiders everywhere, which caused her to stop eating and sleeping. We began working with the doctor to come up with the right medication for Molly that would allow her to work through these issues. Molly began to lose a lot of weight, so we had a G2 placed to help her with her nutritional needs. Molly is a very strong young woman and actually is walking quite well right now. We owe a lot of this to our weekly physical therapy and occupational therapy that she gets in school and in an outside clinic. In junior high, when Molly had her growth spurt, her spine curved drastically very quickly. So we did move ahead forward with a spinal fusion surgery, which was very successful for Molly. She gained a couple inches in height. Also, through weekly speech therapy in school, and an outside clinic, we started addressing her communication needs since she was and had become nonverbal. Molly has learned to communicate using an eye gaze technology and also several low-tech options as well. Madeline, now age 13, has a different story than her sister. As a family, we were very excited to hear of a gene therapy clinical trial for GM2. We wanted both girls to be able to be a part of this because we couldn't imagine just having one have this opportunity and not the other. During the process of trial approval, though, Molly had aged out of being eligible, but Madeline would become a candidate for the trial. Madeline and I moved to the trial site location for 4 months, and she received gene therapy deep into her brain. Our hope, and the researchers' hope, was that the gene therapy would stop the progression of the disease. Much to our dismay, this treatment was not successful for her, and it accelerated her progression instead of halting it. Very quickly, Madeline lost her ability to swallow and her ability to walk. This was because of the unforeseen side effects of dystonia all throughout her body due to the gene therapy and the brain surgery. Successful interventions since the clinical trial have been attending weekly therapies, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy in school and in an outside clinic. This has played a huge role in keeping Madeline as comfortable and as healthy as possible. Madeline also received several weeks of serial casting on her feet to break the tone in her muscles so she can at least bear weight for transition purposes. She also wears AFOs to keep her feet positioned correctly. And also she has a custom molded wheelchair for everyday positional and transportational needs. Other somewhat successful treatments for Madeline have been Botox and other medications for secretion control and overall comfort. This is not the life we intended for Molly and Madeline, but because of our 2 daughters and our faith in God, we have hope that strides are being made so future families do not have to receive that devastating call we received on that busy yet ordinary day.
My name is Carla, and I live in the Hudson Valley of New York. In 2017, my daughter Talia died of infantile Tay-Sachs at 23 months old. Talia was my third child, so I knew the milestones to look for, and therefore my concern started when she didn't roll over in an appropriate time frame. We took her to a developmental pediatrician who firmly but kindly warned us that Talia definitely had something more serious than the low muscle tone that was our primary concern. Her reflexes were too good to explain her body weaknesses. We hadn't noticed Talia learning anything new despite her 9 sessions a week of early intervention therapies. Clinical indications pointed to a problem in her brain. I began to feel the loss of gravity one experiences teetering on the edge of a cliff. That night, with a variety of diagnoses in my head, I lay awake thinking how fiercely I would fight for my daughter. I planned the special schools and services I would battle to get her enrolled in, the early interventions I would utilize, and the IEP meetings that I would be her advocate in. The one prayer I kept sending to the universe was, just please let her still have a mind. Let her be able to interact. Let her get to know us and allow us to truly know her. Please let her be able to participate with the world. As an Ashkenazi Jew, Tay-Sachs was a disease I knew of and had already crossed off the list of possible diagnoses due to my use of preconception genetic screening, which I later discovered to be inaccurate. Her diagnosis, therefore, was one of extreme shock and very little mystery. I knew this to be a terminal disease. I knew the infantile form affected babies who never got a chance to grow up. Worst off, I knew that it would take her mind bit by bit, and so it did for the 11 months she lived after the diagnosis. In 2017, treatment options didn't exist that would affect the underlying disease, so our family made the choice not to intervene with any life-extending treatments like a feeding tube, and instead to allow us to follow Talia's body as her brain ceased functioning. The only intervention we allowed were those to mitigate pain. We enlisted the help of palliative care to help us see a path forward where our daughter could focus on the things that made her happy, like being held, going on hikes, and laying in her bouncer chair at the family table where her siblings ate and laughed. In some ways, it was freeing to have a terminal diagnosis without the possibility of meaningful treatment. It left us free from the up and down carousel of hope and disappointment. We just confronted the disappointment in one lump sum. I'm happy to see the medical community has had breakthroughs since Talia's journey has ended, and it leaves me wondering what I would do if she were diagnosed today. I believe our choice to treat would still come back to the prayer I made during Talia's diagnosis journey and the lessons I learned while utilizing palliative care to assist our decision-making during her decline. If the interventions could help Talia to have a healthy mind, to help her to know us and allow us to fully know her, then I would support it. If the intervention's mark of success was the ability to keep her body functioning without addressing her mind's deterioration, then it would not be something I would want for her. If Talia were to be given a reprieve from the disease and have her mind clear for a few more years, but would eventually still enter the spiral of juvenile or late onset Tay-Sachs, then that too would not be a bargain I would feel comfortable with. In assessing potential treatment, I would demand full transparency as to what the current state of medical ability is capable of. I want to know the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, and the most likely scenario, which are often different. I would expect doctors to have completely open conversations with me, sparing no uncomfortable topic. In fact, the more uncomfortable, the better. We need to understand the cascade of potential interventions that will flow from the treatment, just as we needed to understand that the feeding tube is an intervention that solves one problem but allows time for other problems like seizures to take hold. There are trade-offs that each individual family is willing to take, but the decision-making can only occur in the light of full transparency. As our child's advocate, parents are grasping at anything to improve survival even before we're able to slow down and have real discussions about what survival truly means. There must be time built into any treatment for more than one fully transparent discussion before any life-altering treatment is given. Survival means something different to each family, and discussions that get to the heart of the patient's wishes while being transparent about the treatment's ability to meet them is almost as important as the treatment itself. Only with full transparency can future regret be mitigated, and regret can be more corrosive than grief. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ken. I am 57 years old. I was diagnosed in 2012 with late onset Tay-Sachs. Prior to being diagnosed, I experienced symptoms including leg weakness, balance issues, and difficulty walking on uneven areas. I've slowly been getting worse. For example, going up and down stairs and getting on and off chairs and toilets are a problem. Muscle strength is very limited. Recently, I've started to have some arm weakness too. I need to prop myself up in a very special manner or I cannot get up, like a tripod. Also, I need to plan everywhere I go in advance. If I'm invited to a friend's house, I need to evaluate if I have easy access or is the door accessible? How many stairs are there? Can I use the toilet? You realize as things get more difficult, you must plan everything you do in your life. And you must analyze everywhere you want to go. I feel like a baby giraffe learning to walk for the first time. In the last several months, I have fallen twice. The first fall resulted in several broken ribs, and after the second fall, I hurt my lumbar spine. I do use a walker when I can, but it only helps so much. As I've become weaker, my energy level has fallen. I've started traveling less. As a result, I've become less social. I try and stay upbeat, but I've started to deteriorate mentally. I'm surrounded by loved ones, and I'm tremendously blessed to have the support network that I have. But there are still days where I feel empty and alone. As the quality of life deteriorates, so have I. I'm involved in clinical trials and have very recently started taking the actual medication. I'm still not sure what kind of a positive effects it has had on me, let alone side effects. But it is still early. If there have been any changes, then they have been minor. These trials are not easy to do, but need to be taken seriously. I'm still able to travel on my own, but I'm not sure for how much longer. I want to participate in clinical trials because they may be my only chance at a normal life. My biggest issue with clinical trials is that after I have participated in one, then that eliminates me from any future trials. If there's a washout period, that is fine. However, if I participate in a more serious type of trial that involves a more permanent change to me, then I'm no longer considered a prime candidate for any future trials, and this to me is hard to accept. However, I am very upbeat about the new types of treatments that are being developed. These are options that we did not have a few years ago. I truly believe in technologies like gene therapy, gene editing, CRISPR, and mRNA technology. For those of us with genetic and neuromuscular disorders, they may be our only real chance at a normal life. One of the big challenges to having a rare disease is the limited resources that are available to me. I was misdiagnosed for a very long time. Once I finally received proper diagnosis, my options were limited. There was very little known about Tay-Sachs. There was no money for research, and there were very few doctors that knew how to handle the disease. When I heard about these new methods that were being developed, I got very excited. The idea that editing a person's genetic code could offer the opportunity at a normal life was something I had to get behind. Since October 2018, I have sent between 800 and 900 articles to the NIH and to the NTSAD regarding these new treatments. They give new hope to anyone who has a genetic disease, not just Tay-Sachs. From what I read, there's a lot of money and time being invested into developing these methods. This technology gives me hope that I did not have a few years ago. I truly believe that they are game changers. I need to see a significant increase in my quality of life. I've started to make changes in my diet and taking vitamins too. I have my blood tested every several months just to make sure that things are okay. Physically, I've tried to make a difference. I've started doing exercises at home with elastic bands. I focus on muscles that are receptive to the exercises to compensate for the muscles that do not work. That is the nature of the disease. The muscles that do not work are unable to get stronger. Unfortunately, the falls have set me back, and I've had to stop. As I get older, I need to start worrying about other health issues that come with aging. These, along with Tay-Sachs, are a brutal combination. I'm not sure what the future has in store for me. I can only hope. Thank you for your time. Happy New Year's, and God bless.
Hi, my name's Allie. I'm 28 years old and I live in San Diego, California. I'm a really active person. I love to go to the dog beach with my dog Shadow. I love to go to festivals like Coachella and go out with my friends and try new restaurants down in San Diego and keep as active as possible in spite of my diagnosis from January of 2022. I was diagnosed with late onset Tay-Sachs disease. During the time of my diagnosis, I was hoping to find a clinical trial to enroll in, but I missed the cut by 1 day. And this was the only clinical trial that was going on for my disease, and the recruitment closed the day after I got diagnosed, the day of. It's taken some time to adjust to this diagnosis. It's really impacted my life and my relationships. I was in a long-term relationship during the time of my diagnosis, which ended abruptly, which I think many people experience. It's impacted the way that I look for a partner. I think I worry about being a burden on a significant other since there aren't many treatments or ways that we can slow progression. It is something that's always in the back of my mind. I've always wanted to be a mom. Hopefully one day I can do that. I want to be able to do that without fear of when I'm holding my kids or when I'm pregnant, falling or dropping them because of the weakness in my arms. I want to be able to protect them. And sometimes that comes down to they're running away from you into the street. And I fear that I won't be able to help them from getting there or from crossing the street by themselves. I want to maintain my independence as much as possible. Something that looks like is cooking. I love cooking, and being able to cook for my family is really important to me. It's something that I find a lot of joy in, and makes me feel like I still have my independence. Currently, treatment and management strategies that I'm using are chiropractic care, cupping, as well as some physical therapy. This is needed because when I use the stairs, I strain my back quite a bit, and my legs don't help much in climbing the stairs. The chiropractor and physical therapy help prevent injuries and align my body since I overcompensate with other muscles so much. Also, I try to get to the gym, to walk on the treadmill, do free weights to keep my body as strong as possible and delay the inevitable of being completely wheelchair bound. Since the diagnosis, even walking on uneven surfaces or even stepping off too high of a curb could cause me to fall, and it takes a lot of mental capacity to think about that on a day-to-day basis. I recently got my first wheelchair, which helps me with mobility, but I'm still getting used to the invisible disability becoming visible when I use it. But it is needed. It allows my brain to relax when I'm going places that require walking, that have a risk of falling. Without the chair, I'm consistently thinking about how high the curb is, if there are raised cracks in the road that could trip me, and just the fear of falling and people looking at me for doing so. I used to be very active as I was a D1 tennis player at UCLA. The disease has taken away the sport from me. It's been really hard mentally to lose that and go from trusting my body so much to do anything at the D1 level to now where I never know when my legs could buckle and fail me. Recently, I found the ability to play wheelchair tennis, which has allowed me to get back on the courts. I really hope to delay progression as much as possible so I can continue to play the game that I love and maintain that independence. Independence for me is the ability to cook, dress myself, feel like I can still complete basic tasks on my own. I feel empowered when I can do these things by myself. I'm willing to try anything. It would be great to have studies with innovation. I've even thought about prosthetics, robotic limbs, as extreme as having an amputation in order to have legs that work, that can carry me without fear of falling. I think innovation is really important. I want to be able to walk, and once my ability is completely gone, if there isn't a gene modifying treatment that comes out in the near future, even if it meant I had to lose my legs for robotic limbs or trying another innovative treatment, I'd be open to it if it meant I can keep my independence.
Hello, my name is Rita. I'm the mom of my 18-month-old son Palmer, who has infantile Tay-Sachs disease. Since Palmer's diagnosis on August 7th, 2023, it has been a whirlwind of doctor's visits, different tests, new medications, and weekly therapies. The day after his diagnosis, Palmer had an overnight EEG and happened to have his first seizure. Since then, he has taken Keppra twice a day. Thankfully, this has kept any other seizures from happening for the time being. He also takes baclofen to help with his spasticity. These medications are definitely a great help. However, there are some downsides. It is very hard to tell the right amount to help him, and it is constantly changing. These medications also tend to make him drowsy, which is a negative as he already has very low energy. We also had to thicken his medications when he was still consuming things by mouth, as he would otherwise choke on them. It was difficult to find the appropriate amount to thicken, as there is no true guide for that. Palmer had a G-tube placed on September 22nd after a swallow study had determined no safe consistency of food can be consumed by mouth. This tube helps greatly for giving his medications and to safely feed him. We still like to do pleasure feeds with him on occasion, but it is definitely a double-edged sword with trying to prevent aspiration but letting him enjoy taste while he still can. Through early intervention, Palmer has physical therapy twice a week, as well as occupational therapy, vision therapy, and developmental therapy once a week. These therapies are wonderful and necessary to help maintain his strength, but they also come at a cost. Physical activities are very challenging for Palmer, and his energy level and mood greatly decline after them. There is definitely a fine line with wanting these therapies more often and constantly working with him on them at home, as he can become very unhappy while doing them. I feel like a lot of the time it is all work and no play for Palmer, as activities that other kids consider playtime are extremely difficult for him. It is very hard to find things that he tolerates, let alone enjoys. We have multiple medical devices and equipment that are part of our daily routine. Palmer has AFOs that he is supposed to wear several hours a day to help prevent ankle contractures. His ankles are very stiff. However, these are very hard to utilize as Palmer is not weight-bearing and his feet slip out of them. He finally received his stander in December that helps him weight bear while using his AFOs. In addition to his AFOs and stander, Palmer has a suction machine for his secretions, a medical stroller with detachable chair to help with transportation and positioning, and a supportive adaptive bath chair. These devices are all very helpful in our daily lives and help us to take care of Palmer. Everything that I've talked about so far is great to help us to treat his symptoms. However, what I really want is a treatment for Tay-Sachs disease itself. I hope for medications that can halt the progression of this disease and early identification of the disease to help prevent regressions from going so far that they cannot be treated. I am very hopeful for gene therapy to be a successful treatment for this disease someday. Palmer was very close to being the last participant in the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School's Phase 1 of gene therapy. We had several discussions with the clinical trial team regarding Palmer's eligibility and risks associated with the treatment. We would have had to travel from Massachusetts to Pennsylvania and remain there for 4 months away from family and friends. Palmer would have had to go through multiple anesthesias, swallow studies, EEGs, MRIs, spinal taps, immune suppression, as well as the gene therapy procedure itself, which would have required drilling into Palmer's skull. We had to weigh these risks, all the while knowing that the treatment is not curative, and our best hope would have been for him to maintain his current level of certain capabilities, such as his swallow, which were already rapidly declining, and also weighing all of those against the fact that this would be our only treatment option to even see those types of results. We had to decide how we wanted to spend Palmer's time with us. Of course, we wanted him to receive treatment, but did we want to take him away from his home, family, and friends for 4 months of his already greatly shortened life? Ultimately, we decided not to participate as we didn't want him to spend his holidays away from his home. However, I still do have a great hope in gene therapy. If we had known Palmer was impacted with the disease earlier in his life, I think he would have been able to reap more benefits from the gene therapy. Also, if the gene therapy was in our own city's children's hospital, it would have been a benefit to not take him away from his home. I hope that one day these things can be attainable.
Thank you, Rita, for sharing Palmer's story and the difficult treatment decisions you and your family had to go through. And thank you to all of our panelists who helped get us started in thinking through and understanding the current treatment landscape, and importantly, your thoughts and perspectives about future treatments. It's now our opportunity in the afternoon here to broaden the discussion to all of our individuals living with GM2 and family members to add in and help us understand these topics. First, as we'll explore the currently available treatments, and we'll turn a little bit later towards that discussion of future treatments. If you'd like to call in and share some of your treatment experiences and decision making, we'd love to hear that. You can dial in now at 1-703-844-3231. And that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. You can also submit written comments using the comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today, and we'll continue to read those out throughout the program. But to get us started on this topic of current treatments, I'm going to start us off with some polling questions. So this, for those of you who may not have been with us this morning, this is for our patients and caregivers only. This discussion is for all components of the community, infantile, juvenile, and adult onset. You can go to www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. When you open up this page, you can stay here through the remainder of the afternoon as we go to different polling questions. It will appear automatically, and you can enter your responses. So our first question is, we want to know what medications or medical treatments have you or your loved one used, either currently or previously, to treat the symptoms associated with GM2. And here we want you to select all that apply. The options are A, seizure medication, B, pain medication, C, antibiotics, D, a feeding tube, E, a nebulizer treatments, F, chest or respiratory PT, G, tracheostomy, H, antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, I, psychiatric medications, or J, some other medication or supplement not listed here, or, and there's a final option K, if this is not applicable because you or your loved one have not used medications or medical treatments. That really is the focus of this question, medications and medical treatments. We'll be addressing some of more of the broader management strategies in our next polling question. So give everyone a few seconds here as a reminder in these questions where our audience can select more than one response option. The percentages you're seeing are percentages of total responses, not the percentage of individual people who have selected an option. So you can use those green bars as kind of a relative ranking amongst the experiences of our audience. And it looks like there may still be some results coming in, but our top treatment medication treatment experiences being seizure medications as well as other medications. So we certainly want to hear about what those are, things that we haven't captured in our response options. After that, maybe as a second tier, we're seeing feeding tube, nebulizer, chest and respiratory PT, and pain medication as commonly used treatment approaches. After that, antibiotics. We do see everything listed here except for tracheostomy, and there are some individuals reporting that they have not used medications or medical treatments for their GM2. We go to our next question. As I mentioned, we're going to explore things beyond medications and treatments, and so we want to know, what have you or your loved one used either currently or previously to help manage the symptoms of GM2? And again, you can select all that apply. The options are A, physical or occupational therapy, B, speech and language therapy, C, nutrition and hydration, D, assistive devices, things like gait standers, walkers, orthotics, E, acupuncture, F, aquatherapy, G, massage therapy, H, respiratory therapy, I, CBD, J, counseling or psychotherapy, or K, some other management strategy besides medications and medical treatments that you or your loved one have used either in the past or currently to try to help manage the symptoms of GM2. And then you can also select L if this is not applicable because you or your loved one are not doing anything to help manage symptoms.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people turning to physical and occupational therapy to, I guess, prolong the use of their muscles, because we've heard that muscle weakness is a big concern, and mobility, loss of mobility is a big concern.
Yeah, I think we see right after that, the assistive devices were, generally related to mobility, for as those mobility deficits accrue. After that, we're seeing other top management strategies being speech and language therapy, nutrition and hydration. Really everything here is being used by our audience, including some other things. So we'd like to hear about this range of different treatment approaches being employed by the community. And I will note that no one is reporting that they do not use any of these types of management approaches to help manage their symptoms. One more question before we dive into the live discussion. So I want you to think about all of the different treatments and management strategies over the last two polling questions. And here I want you to kind of rate how well does your or your loved one's current treatment regimen manage the most significant symptoms of GM2. And so the options here are they help manage those symptoms: A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you're not using anything. And so we are here assessing, not just the medications and medical treatments, but even those things on the previous question. Any management strategy, collectively, we want you to assess your current regimen.
And despite the fact that I'm sure a tremendous amount of effort is being made to help manage those symptoms, the best their best they're doing is somewhat, 61%. So.
Yeah, we're seeing certainly that is more than half of the audience reporting somewhat, about just over a quarter reporting very little, just over 5% saying not at all. Nobody is reporting that the current regimens are helping to a great extent. Again, we have a few people saying that they're not using anything currently. So as you were answering this, I think there was probably certain medications and management strategies that came to mind, things that are helping somewhat or very little. Certainly for those of you that said not at all, you've had certain experiences. We'd like to hear about those now. And so if you would like to call and share some of your treatment experiences, this would be a good time to call in. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. That's 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to bring you into the program and learn a little bit about your experience. But to get us started, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel who has joined us and will be sharing their experiences on these topics. So maybe we can just get right into it. Maybe we can start, with Lisa Jane and Kevin. As you were, maybe where we can start is of all of those things. We covered a lot of different, what I'll call treatment approaches. Is there anything out of all of those that in your family's experience maybe were most helpful, even if in only small ways? So would love to hear what your thoughts.
Hi, I'm Lisa Jane Romer. My husband Kevin. We're from South Florida. Our son Matthew was born in May of 1995, passed away in March of 2003, 20 years ago. And many of the management of the symptoms options that you showed here were ones I think we tried almost all of them, ranging from speech therapy to physical therapy to respiratory therapy, feeding tubes, to seizure medications, to, again, feeding tubes through the different types of food, because that evolved over the almost 8 years that he was with us, and respiratory treatments with the nebulizer. Never went far without our suction machine. The different standards, they all help to a point, but then things continue to get worse.
And, and it really was, we use the word treatment, but it really was just trying to manage the symptoms, not really treat the symptoms was the theme of our strategy. And Lisa Jane and I are here today because it really takes a team effort of whoever can work together to help care for these beautiful children.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate that, Kevin, and Lisa Jane, for you sharing that. I totally appreciate, I think, we started the day, Kathy, pointed out that there are no approved treatments for GM2. So there's nothing that's truly, treating the disease itself. But in terms of that symptom management, was symptom management successful at all? Was it unknown to you, but obviously you were doing what you could with what was available? Any insights you can share there?
So we researched a lot. The NTSAD family was an immense help of sharing information and sharing techniques. Finding a medical support community was also important. Finding, doctors that would go well above and beyond to help. Finding nursing support, finding respite care to help so you could get a break and get some sleep at night. All of that was important to help you live through the journey that you were handed.
Yeah. And it was important that it was all about perspective and attitude, right? Mm-hmm. So was it successful? People would ask us, how is Matthew doing? And we'd say he's doing great today. Mm-hmm. And a great day for us was a horrible day for everybody else. Yeah. But it's the only thing that kept us going, was to really try to understand what is our interpretation of a quality of life and that we cherish, and to have that and prolong it where we could with these management options was so essential and beneficial.
Yeah, I think that's so important. And Lisa Jane, please feel free to add here. But I'm just curious. When you say kind of relatively speaking, you were describing as having great days. What was, I don't want to say there has to be a specific metric, but kind of qualitatively speaking here, what was kind of the metric of a great day in terms of quality of life relative to the days that you wouldn't have considered to be great days for them?
So keep in mind, ours was an almost 8-year journey. Matthew was diagnosed when he was 6 months old. Yeah. When he was sitting up, tripoding, eating, but then it went downhill, backwards from there. So a good day changed over time what that became. A good day toward the end was he was doing okay. Seizures weren't so bad. He was tolerating his food, no infections, stuff like that. That was good. Right. Earlier when he was a year old, a good day was he laughed a lot today. Yeah. He enjoyed his meals and he interacted and he was able to do finger painting. Right. Things of that nature, so that it changes over time and you adjust with what's a good day as things go on.
And as we got later on, 2 to 3 times a year, we were in intensive care with our child for 2 weeks at a time, where our world stopped. And quite frankly, a good day was when we weren't in intensive care and we were able to have our child home with us. And so, it's hard until you walk in our shoes to understand what's important. But this is why we need this forum that we have here to share our experiences.
Yes. So well said. And, thank you both for, helping, allowing me to probe a bit so I, can understand and we can all understand, even just a little bit more. Phil, I'd like to bring you into this discussion of maybe reflecting on, what has maybe provided you the most help, or, would you view as most successful of treatments that maybe you've tried in the past or currently?
Hi, my name's Phil. I live in Maryland. I'm 58 years old, and I was diagnosed with GM2 or Sandhoff disease in 2014. I was able to sign up for 2 drug trials. One, I did not qualify. They said I walked too well. And the second one, I ended up being on for 2 years and had to drop out of that when I went on the real drug because I was having some side effects. When I was like 29, I was put on some medication by a doctor that helped the shock and the tingling in my hands and feet. And I've been on that ever since. And I just got lucky with that. Otherwise, I'm not really on any other medication.
And how did you notice that helped?
Well, the shooting pains, it was more like electrical shocks going in my hands and feet. It subsided some.
Okay.
And I've just been on it ever since.
Yeah. And has that translated into, because when you said that it got better, is that something that you were having to deal with like on a daily basis? Was that, a constant thing, or was that more periodic? And can you maybe help us understand, how that got better for you?
Well, it mostly happened after physical activity, or, like it's in junior high.
Sure.
After gym class, it was just horrible. I'd have to sit in gym, in the locker room and just hold my feet so they'd stop tingling. And then every day at work, right after that, I'd drive home and I would get the electric shocks in my feet.
Right.
But it slowed it down to just the physical activity.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, it very rarely happened.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that treatment experience. There's such a wide range of different symptoms associated with GM2. So there's this wide range of different kind of symptomatic management approaches. Maybe Jennifer, we can bring you into this dialogue as well. Just reflecting on that wide range of different approaches. Anything that's stood out as most valuable in your family's experience.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm the mother to 12-year-old Maddie. You've been with us all day. Probably saw my video earlier on, so you saw a little bit about her as well. We are early in our diagnosis journey. Maddie was just diagnosed in 2021. So we have tried a few different things. One thing that we did hear about from fellow parents was something called Tinganel. I actually have a little box of it here. I don't know if it'll show, but this was something that we actually went online to purchase. It's not available here in the United States. It's actually available in France. It's a supplement that's used to help control like dizziness and stuff like that. But we had heard that it could also be helpful with Sandhoff disease, which is what my daughter is diagnosed with. The problem with it is the pills are very, very big. So if you are thinking about a little 12-year-old trying to take a pill like that, it's difficult. So we did try it for a while. We didn't see the benefits outweighing, her inconvenience and uncomfortableness with the pill. We also have problems with urinary incontinence with Madeline. So we have used oxybutynin, which is very helpful for her, actually. There are some side effects to that, such as constipation and whatnot, but, it's just hard as a 12-year-old. If she laughs really hard with her friends, she can have an accident. And, that's hard for a little girl to experience.
Absolutely. And when you're talking about the pills and kind of the pros, not outweighing the cons there, what kinds of things were you looking for, or maybe expecting that you might have been able to see from that benefit side of the equation for you?
Yeah. So it's hard to tell because there's so many different things that are being affected in her body. One of her big things is her tremors and her lack of coordination. we had kind of hoped over time that maybe we would see either improvement's a hard word in our world, because we rarely see improvement, but maybe some sort of stability with the coordination and all of that. And we just weren't seeing that. In fact, I almost felt like I saw her worsening, and I didn't think it was because of the medication, but it was just like, I felt like there was nothing we could do to stop it. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough.
No, it really is. And I appreciate you sharing that. One last question, which is on the urinary incontinence, you know, and the improvements that you've seen, you know, is that, you know, I guess, how have you noticed those improvements? What has that meant for her?
Yeah, so before she started taking the oxybutynin, she was having accidents very often, almost daily, multiple times a week. Once she got on this, we started to notice that slowed down for her. She still does occasionally have accidents, maybe once a week, once every couple of weeks. But it's so helpful for her not have to always wear a pull-up or something when she's in an environment where she doesn't want to be embarrassed or have that happen to her.
Wow, that's really important to hear. So thank you for sharing that. I do see that we've been getting written comments coming in on this topic of treatment successes. So Kathy, what are we seeing there?
Sure. So based on a lot of the conversations that we had earlier today about concerns, we've also had several folks share some of the successes. Lauren, for example, in Peyton, Colorado, says, we are 5 months post-gene therapy, and looking back, we would make the same decision to participate again. One of the biggest benefits that we've seen from it is that Daphne is still able to take all her food and drink by mouth. Tay-Sachs has taken so much from our daughter, and being able to maintain her ability to eat is a very important piece of the quality of her life. And we heard a lot about the desire to be able to feed independently for as long as possible. Allie from South Carolina says, I do hot yoga 2 to 3 times a week and work out with a trainer once a week. Even when I do hot yoga once, I notice a significant improvement in my coordination for about a week. I believe that the heat makes a difference because when I have tried doing regular yoga, I've not noticed the same benefit. Working out with my trainer also helps to maintain and improve my muscle strength. And then lastly, Kevin in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, talks about the psychiatric aspects that some of our adult late onset individuals experience. And he says, in terms of managing late onset symptoms, both of his daughters, I believe, take Seroquel XR 800 milligrams daily in an attempt to thwart mental health issues, but they still occur periodically. So I think that there have been some, you know, minor successes, if you want to call it that, in terms of managing some of the symptoms with Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff.
Yeah, I think we really are hearing kind of collectively that there's so many different symptoms, and it sounds a little bit like a game of whack-a-mole, trying to stay on top and address those symptoms. I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit. Of course, we still want to hear any things that may have been helpful, but we know that even when there's treatments that are helpful, sometimes those treatments come with important downsides. And of course, there might be treatments that have been tried that just really aren't helpful. And so I'd like to go to a polling question that gets to the issue a little bit of treatment downside. So if you want to go ahead and open up that browser, go to pollev.com/GM2 PFDD. Here we have a question of what are the biggest drawbacks of your or your loved one's current treatment approaches, and you can select up to the top 3 drawbacks. The options are A, they are not effective at managing the symptoms. B, they treat some but not all of the symptoms. C, the high cost or copay, or they're not covered by insurance. D, limited availability or accessibility. E, side effects. F, the route of administration. G, requires too much effort and or a time commitment. H, some other drawback that's not listed here, but that you would report as one of your top 3 drawbacks of current treatment approaches. Or I, if this is not applicable to you because you or your loved one are not using anything currently.
I think, it's no surprise based on answer to one of the previous polling questions that the treatments or the management interventions that our families are resorting to aren't really managing all the symptoms that effectively. And if they are only treating part of it. They're only treating some of the symptoms, not all of them. And we see that, the responses to A and B there. And it's also interesting that, no one has responded that they're not doing anything. So it tells us that our community is really interested in trying to find something to alleviate their symptoms.
Yeah, I think obviously this is assessing across so many different treatments, but if there's specific treatments that are coming to mind for you, where they're treating some but not all of those symptoms, or where they are trying to treat symptoms, they're just not all that effective. We really would like to hear about those across the board here, and maybe what are the gaps of where your hope or your goal for the treatment was different than what you or your loved one actually experienced. So if you'd like to call in and share about on this topic, you can at 1-703-844-3231. And actually, we have a phone caller that would like to share some of her treatment experiences. We have Rachel from Connecticut who's living with GM2. So I'd like to bring Rachel into this discussion. Rachel, welcome to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to share the successes I've had with certain therapies.
Yes.
One therapy I have found helpful has been speech therapy. I've been learning how to enunciate my words and how to hold my body to speak effectively so more can understand me. Music therapy, which I've done on my own, is one of the biggest helpful things I can do, because I've heard other people say, as well as myself, that music has helped us so much. And so music therapy is a great helpful tool, and I'm interested in getting into aqua therapy, because I think aqua therapy is a good, helpful, safe area for us because of balance issues and mobility issues for us to focus.
Yeah, and so Rachel, maybe I can, if you don't mind, I can ask you a little bit about those. Maybe on speech therapy, you said that has helped you in terms of articulating maybe certain words or your speech generally. How were you able to notice that speech therapy was helping you?
Well, so where I work daily, I get people asking me if I'm either daily or weekly if I'm deaf or if I have a speech impediment because of the way I talk. So I noticed once I did speech therapy that students I have, as well as teachers, were able to understand me better, just right away off the bat, noticing what I said the first time instead of having to repeat it.
Yes.
And I did speech therapy through telehealth, so online.
Oh, that's great. And then the aqua therapy, kind of the same question, what were you hoping that aqua therapy would help with, and how is that going?
I haven't started it yet, but I'm interested in getting into it. I'm hoping it helps with my muscle strength or my muscle tone, and just because I have a horrible time with balance. I can't even stand on one foot anymore. Like, putting pants on is the biggest dilemma of my life. But I think the aqua therapy could help with my balance or help me with strengthening my muscles, and knowing the balance part, because the water is helping hold me up.
Wow, no, that makes a lot of sense. With the reasons that you described for doing aqua therapy, maybe than other types of physical therapy. All right, so the last question then, music therapy. You said that this has kind of been mostly self-guided. What made you want to start that? And how long have you been doing the music therapy?
I've been doing music therapy my whole life, just listening to songs when I clean, to when I'm in the car, to by myself. Just whenever I'm in a bad mood, I listen to music and it helps me, or sad, it helps me come out of that. Yeah. And I know from being a mother now, there are music therapy programs for children,
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that can be helpful at all I'm not sure if that would be helpful to children in this program, but or that have this disease.
Right.
But that's just another avenue I feel like would help.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing, multiple, strategies and things that you've already done, things you're looking to get into. It's been really helpful to me, and I appreciate you calling in. So I'd like to go to our Zoom panel here and bring them into this discussion as we kind of are still focusing on current therapies, maybe understanding not only what's worked, but maybe what hasn't or has had some downsides. Dan, can we start with you kind of here on this broadened topic around current treatments?
Of course, it's great to be here. So I'm Dan Louis. Our eldest daughter, Emily, was diagnosed with Tay-Sachs back in 2011 when she was 15 months of age. She sadly lost her battle to the disease when she was 8 in 2017. But I think that the reflecting on what everyone's been saying today and the strategies we took with her, we're very fortunate that her doctors allowed us to look at her disease, but all the symptoms underneath it, and to target those individually. And we kind of played a game of chess. Could you manage one symptom with one drug that would then have a knock-on effect? And one of the biggest symptoms she suffered from was secretion. So being able to manage her secretions effectively enabled her to stop dribbling, but actually the knock-on effect sometimes then she would get bowel movement problems. So then we'd have to counterbalance it there. So being able to understand how you can actually move around with different drugs and different medications, you can really improve someone's quality of life, which is a kind of a small incremental difference.
Yeah, and Dan, so kind of trying to balance those things, I mean, was this, can you maybe just tell us a little bit about, how much kind of trial and error, how many adjustments were needed? What did that look like?
Lots. And actually what I've always found inspiring when I speak to other families is many of us enter these world as carers without any kind of science or pharmaceutical background, and actually become mini pharmacists understanding chemical reactions. So for us, for example, Botox was the biggest impact that we had on Emily's quality of life. Simple injections into her saliva glands meant that the secretions just stopped. It was remarkable, which meant that she was much more comfortable, which then the knock-on effect was then she slept a lot better, so she needed less medication to sleep. Her dystonia stopped. She could go to the toilet a lot easier. So all of this, looking at them individually as a symptom, but actually the knock-on effect of the treatment or intervention you use, and understanding that and documenting it, which we did regularly, and reflecting with her clinical care team, actually enabled us to maintain a quality of life, as Kevin and Lisa Jane were saying, that we felt was high for her. General population would say, that's not great, but for her, it meant that she was comfortable. And that for us was always our main kind of motivation.
Yeah. So the Botox actually fully stopped the secretions, and was this the first time she had ever had relief from secretions?
Yeah, so the Botox were regular injections. She'd go in probably every 3 months, and they'd move around with the different saliva glands. But we had tried many different medications and patches, but just caused her to get very dry.
Yeah.
Which drying up secretions actually knock-on effect the rest of the body, which again, you don't think is they suddenly get dry going to the toilet and things like that. So overcoming that meant she was a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and kind of this whole cascade of then the benefits that you mentioned, what did that, actually look like or translate to for like her daily life or quality of life?
Oh, it's huge. It meant we could go and do things. We were quite a proactive family of taking Emily and our other 2 children out and about. We were in London. So being able to use the tube, these are the sorts of things that if your child has regular dystonic spasms needing to be suctioned all the time, it's just not possible. But being able to control that meant she was comfortable in her wheelchair. We could go explore, take her to museums, take her to galleries, have life experiences that otherwise would have been really impossible to do if we were constantly managing her care.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dan, so much for sharing those. Lorelei, I want to ask you the same question. We're really any type of current treatment experience, good, bad, maybe mixed. What comes to mind to you as an important experience that your family has had?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Lorelei, and I'm mother to Isaac, who is 13 years old. With infantile Tay-Sachs, he did receive treatment like a stem cell transplant at 10 months of age. So that is why he's 13. And over 13 years, we've had to pick and choose a variety of treatments that we never had on, you know, our bingo board of things that we were going to try in his lifetime. Even trying the stem cell transplant, which was, you know, very similar to gene therapy now, like just weighing the pros and cons. We had heard, you know, only half of the children that had gone before Isaac had survived the process because of either infection or something else, you know, causing them to not make it through the process. But then if he was the 50% who made it through the process, we had hoped to save quality of life. And quality of life was supposed to be like him being able to feed himself and interact. And we had some, you know, some benefit there, but then over the years, we've had to do a lot of more interventions to keep him comfortable.
I see. So maybe we can start with trying to understand that initial decision to undergo, you know, stem cell transplant. It sounds like there was a lot of risk consideration, you know, some uncertainty about how it would go. Ultimately, you know, what were the factors that tipped the balance, you know, to you know, take a shot on that type of therapy? You know, what was kind of your thought process and thinking?
When we were looking at weighing it, Isaac was young enough and he was not symptomatic when he was diagnosed. Like when they did the full workup, he was just starting to lose his pincher grasp. He was found with what will be in the future probably, you know, newborn screening, but he just was diagnosed on a fluke. So we were really like, the potential to save his quality of life was really, really high. And we knew 100% that Tay-Sachs was fatal if we didn't do anything. Yeah. Like 100% we were going to lose him. So a 50% chance of losing him during this process versus maybe saving his quality of life and giving him, you know, not just quantity, but good quality, that was what tipped it for us.
No, thank you for sharing that. And then you did mention that over time, you know, you kind of were hoping that it would save quality of life and that there was some maybe, it sounds like either initial benefits, but it didn't go quite as far as you had hoped, or maybe there was initial benefits and they wore off. Maybe you can kind of clarify that for me and describe it a little bit.
Sure. Unfortunately, that process accelerated the disease before it halted it. So unfortunately, he did develop seizures before he might have had the disease progressed on its own. So then the impact to his brain has affected his body. He wound up with a feeding tube. He is, you know, he does get around by wheelchair. We do all of those treatments, the vest treatment, the, you know, nebulizers, all the respiratory. He doesn't communicate verbally or directly with like a, you know, any kind of communication device. We have to read him. We have to know with those little smiles or those little frowns or those little sounds if he's happy or uncomfortable. We still give him adventures. We like Dan and their family, we try to take Isaac places because we can tell that he enjoys those things. Mm-hmm. But over the years, he has had hospitalizations and he has had things that have made it harder for us to take him anywhere and to give him the quality of life that we were hoping for.
Right. Wow. Well, Lorelei, thank you for kind of walking us through that. I think it you know, helps to hear, you know, both where your goals were, but also, you know, what, you know, kind of, you know, the reality has looked like. And, you know, I think it's starting to see those gaps that really helps us, you know, understand where we still need more help. I see that we have a phone caller. We have John from the Detroit area who's living with late onset GM2, and he's participated in a drug clinical trial. Would like to share his experience with that. So John, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, yeah, I'm John. I'm 59 years old, and again, I was diagnosed at about 47, and I am actually It's about a year into the second portion. I completed the year double-blind portion of the study and drug trial, and I'm actually almost a year into the second portion. And I tell you, I actually had good results. I feel like I used to fall multiple times a week, if not daily. And I tell you, I've only fallen once or twice in probably the last year.
Yeah.
I do find that it is really believe it's got to be the drug, because I've actually, on top of that, for many, many years, I've had fasciculations or twitching in my knees, which is what led to my initial diagnosis. Not seen any of those fasciculations in a long time, so they have disappeared.
Wow, I mean, that's wonderful.
I call that a positive response.
No, I would say so. Especially hearing that you've been able to reduce significantly the amount of falling. I mean, that's clearly something, as like we heard in the morning sessions, is a really scary aspect of living with this disease, particularly among the late onset individuals. And so, John, I guess I would ask, in terms of the what it took to be in the trial, the administration of the drug, traveling and the commitments of going to clinic visits. How has that been for you? And has it been a positive experience? Obviously, in addition to the benefits you're describing, how has the clinical trial participation experience been?
It's been very, very positive. I tell you, I have again. I'm almost 3 years into it. To travel, it's only about an hour, a little over an hour flight. I live in Detroit. I have to go to NIH in Bethesda.
Okay.
About every 6 months, and that's not too bad. That's a pretty. It takes a bit to do, but it's not that hard. But I tell you, I actually in 2015 at our annual conferences, and I actually participated in a lot of the work in developing this drug, this trial itself too. So I've been working on it since 2015. Yeah. So it was a lot of work to get into it, but I was well worth the effort. And like I say, I'm very thankful that I've had no side effects from the drug that I can tell. And again, I've seen very, very positive results at this point.
Yeah. Well, John, thank you so much for calling back in here to share that treatment experience with us. John was one of our Zoom panelists in one of the morning sessions, but it's helpful to hear those types of things that when you do experience them, that are helpful, what that looks like, why that's important and valuable to you. So I really appreciate you sharing that. So I want to come and check back in with our Zoom panel here for a second and just maybe see with a show of hands, is there either a treatment approach that we haven't really talked about yet, or maybe a unique experience with the treatment that hasn't really been discussed much? I want to make sure that we're obviously hitting the things that come first to mind, but also hitting on a wider range of things if those are experiences that you all have. So anyone have something to cover that we haven't talked much yet about? Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, I just want to add, it's more along the topic of treatment approaches, that when Emily was diagnosed, there really wasn't anything out there. And to see how far we've come as a community in the last kind of 10, 11 years is remarkable. To see that you've got these amazing scientists and companies looking to gene therapies, small molecules, drug repurposing, is remarkable. And I always look back and reflect with my wife sometimes that when Emily was diagnosed, we had no hope for her. There was no hope we could do anything to save her, providing this sort of treatment that could stop this awful disease. And now I see that other families now being diagnosed, there is that tiny bit of hope for them, that there are these amazing people doing this amazing research and amazing clinicians developing these treatments that can potentially make an impact. And I think for us as a rare small community, it's remarkable to see that progress in 10 years. And I really want to make sure we can accelerate a lot of these into the clinics, because their potential are huge, not just as a treatment option for GM2, but actually for the rare disease space in general. I think it'll open a lot of doors for lots of different disease communities.
Yeah. Well, Dan, maybe something that's a little interesting about what you were just talking about was kind of describing, the hope or desire for treatment approaches early in disease, experience, soon after diagnosis versus kind of having, lived with the disease now for a number of years, and for your, family, as you kind of maybe were thinking back at between those different periods of time, what were there different treatment goals that you would have had at one time point or another? Or would it have been, pretty much the same? Can you maybe talk about that a little bit?
That's a really good question. And actually, it's a question you need to kind of sample from people on a yearly basis because it shifts so dramatically. Emily's diagnosed SAVE or whatever we can do. A year later, okay, so let's keep her mobile. Let's keep her eating. Let's then keep her comfortable and then just make sure she's happy. And that we've always said, my wife and I, we were very proud of how we cared for her because we did everything we could and we know that she was comfortable and that she had a lot of love and happiness around her. So to us, that's always very important. But looking back at that from the very beginning, if there's anything we could have done to make things better and easier for her, we would have jumped at that chance.
Right. Jennifer, I see your head nodding a lot here, so I'm moderator's prerogative going to call on you here. Kind of thinking about that, in terms of either what you have tried over time, or what your maybe your treatment goals have been over time. Have you seen that kind of shift, and what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think our biggest goal is making sure Maddie is comfortable and happy and has that quality of life, regardless of what path we take. We've definitely been on the list for the genetic therapy. That kind of changed for us when we found out that, at least in Madeline's age group, that wasn't seeing the success that they had hoped for. So they were no longer offering it for her age. They were still pursuing it with the younger children. So that kind of made us pivot and think, okay, at first it was devastating to find that out, but maybe in a way it's a blessing, because if she had gone in, she wouldn't have gotten the benefits we were hoping for. So now we're looking forward to new clinical trials that are coming up. And as others have said, it's great that at least we're starting to see the beginning of hope for these kids. And this meeting itself is part of that and getting there. So I think every day you really have to reevaluate. I mean, one thing with Maddie is she's starting to get to that point where eating is tough. So it's like that question that comes up eventually that we'll have to be faced with is, do we continue to let her do what she can, or do you move to a feeding tube so she can get the nutrients and put on the weight that she needs? How do you balance those quality of life decisions?
Yeah, and on the feeding tube, because we heard a little bit about this morning, but we weren't really focusing on the treatment. So, in terms of that balance, obviously that's something that you're kind of actively thinking about, and when's the right moment to do that. For Maddie, I guess maybe, where does eating and food, fit into like quality of life for her, and what, in terms of why then it would be important to try to, let her do what she can do, as you put it, versus, shift, to a feeding tube.
Right. So Maddie's always been a great eater. She loves food. She's got a nickname of the brownie monster because she loves her brownies. So she enjoys food. So I want her to be able to still experience that, the flavors, holding on to food with her hand and getting it to her mouth, even if she can no longer use utensils. We actually use weighted utensils now that help with her tremoring, so that she's able to still experience the joy of food, I guess I'm trying to say.
Yes.
But when we go to her annual physicals or just the various doctor appointments and they weigh her in, it's like, well, she hasn't gained weight. And at her age, at 12, you should be seeing weight gain. And it gets scary when you see, a pound, she lost a pound since she was here last time. And that really shouldn't be happening at her age. Right. So you start questioning, you don't want to get too far behind the curve and not utilize a feeding tube if it is needed, because I know building back that weight and the pounds and everything that gets lost by the lack of nutrition, right. That's tough. So it is definitely, you want her to be happy and enjoy everything in life that normal children get to enjoy, but you also want her to have a healthy body.
Right. No, that's very, very helpful, at least for me to understand. So appreciate you going through that. Phil, someone living with late onset GM2, it's kind of, now that we've tumbled upon this topic of kind of, differences in maybe what you would have been willing to try or what, you would want as like a treatment goal at different points in living with GM2, maybe early on versus where you are today. Are there any, differences? Are there things that, maybe early on you were looking for that are different from what you're looking for today?
In the long run, I just hope that I get the option in my lifetime to see more trials and for symptoms or cure, and I'll make my decision then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard in the absence of having those options to weigh the options. So, yeah, thank you for sharing that. I do want to recognize that you in the audience, you've been writing in, and I see that we've been getting those. So Kathy, I think kind of on this topic of maybe things that haven't worked as well or treatment downsides, what is the audience written in with?
Sure. So Abby in Portland, Maine talks about respiratory issues. She says, at this stage in infantile Tay-Sachs, our ability to cope with symptoms is most challenged by respiratory issues. He requires frequent respiratory therapies throughout the day. Respiratory interventions can be difficult to keep up with, and traveling with all of our necessary machines and supplies is a big challenge. She goes on to say that on his best days, Levi gets good rest, is comfortable and alert, and enjoys being with his favorite people. At this stage, his best might be a slight smile or a momentary giggle. On his worst days, he has seizures that require extra medication, which makes him sleepy, but he isn't able to get quality rest. And so there's that downside, right? And then Sonia in Germany says, for many adults with psychiatric disorders, the biggest problem is that many antipsychotics worsen neurological symptoms. And lastly, Keenan in Lincolnwood, Illinois, says that it's very hard to find doctors who can help you put a plan together to manage your systems. Again, the lack of familiarity with these diseases is a concern on his part, and I guess the lack of finding adequate therapies.
Right. Well, thank you again to everyone who's been writing in, and we'll keep the comments coming. We'll keep reading those out. At this stage, I want to make sure that we use the remaining time that we have to shift more towards thinking about the future and understanding some of your preferences around what would be important from treatments that might be coming down the pipeline, recognizing that we all would want a complete cure for GM2, but thinking about short of that cure, the things that we might become available prior to a cure. We want to know what would be important treatment goals that you have. What would you maybe need to know, or what would you want to know about a treatment if it were to become available, to help you make that decision. And so to get us thinking about those topics, we have our final polling question of the day. The polling, again, URL is www.pollev.com/GM2PFDD. You can go there and you'll see that our question here is, short of a complete cure, what top 3 specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for GM2? And you can select up to 3 responses. So the options here are A, to stop disease progression, B, the ability to participate in daily life activities, C, to gain new skills and skills that have been lost, D, to preserve the ability to swallow, E, to be able to communicate, like expressing discomfort or speak more clearly, F, reducing pain, G, reducing behavior and psychiatric symptoms, H, reduce seizures, I, prevent falls through gain of strength in legs and arms, J, independence, K, reduce tremors, or L, some other specific thing that you would look for in an ideal treatment for GM2, something short of that complete cure that represents a top 3 treatment goal that you would have for you or your loved one.
Again, a resounding response from the audience saying that they would see stopping the progression, or at least slowing down the progression of disease, would be one of their top priorities. That's not surprising. We've heard that a lot today.
Yes, so as you think of these bars as kind of relative rankings, we're definitely seeing that stopping of disease progression as the #1 overall treatment goal by our audience today. After that, while there is a big drop-off, we do see a desire to gain new skills, or skills that were previously or had been lost over time. We see preventing falls through gains in strength in legs and arms, preserving the ability to swallow as some of the kind of next tier, with right behind that, though, communication, ability to participate in daily life activities, even reducing seizures and independence as top ones. Nobody has reported reducing pain as a top 3 kind of goal for future treatments. Some, though, have reported reducing tremors, or even other things that aren't listed here as their top 3 treatment goal. So we want to make sure that we explore, these different treatment goals. Understand, when you picked any one of these, what was the thinking behind that? What would that actually translate to you specifically in your daily life if a treatment would be able to provide this for you or for your loved one? So let's come back to our Zoom panel here. Maybe Lisa, Jane, and Kevin, we can start with you on this question. Again, I mean, every question today has been so personal, but we know that people's preferences and goals can be so different. Obviously, looking back and thinking about your family's experience, can you say, or what would you say is, would have been a top treatment goal, or do you remember as being a top treatment goal that if a new treatment could have provided that?
Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time because we're really passionate about making real progress. And if you think about it, the key here is arrest the disease early enough, and then allow for the resumption of levels of development in the child, so that there's a level of quality of life that is commensurate with their age, right? So let's look at the idea of food, right? So we want them to continue to improve on their swallowing ability so they can take in bottles by themselves, and then or be bottle fed, and then that they can ultimately get to solid foods and enjoy that, reach. What's the experience with the Cheerios? Tell the Cheerios story.
Just be able to pinch to get Cheerios, to get the cookie, right? To be Matthew loved chocolate as well as I'm gathering Maddie does as well. So be able to get that grasp, and again, it's all part of improving that quality of life.
And I think that's kind of framing it in terms of age appropriate skills and being able to engage in life in those ways. So obviously the fine motor being a great example of that. I guess, before we move on here to others at the panel, are there other examples, that you can think of that, if we could, as you said, arrest early the disease progression, but are there, kind of other specific, functions or relief from symptoms that, come to mind as equally being important to quality of life, like the fine motor, example you gave?
Well, of course, the hardest part, or one of the challenges, was the number of times that our son had to be hospitalized. And why was it? Because of respiratory infections. So to be able to manage it so that the child's no longer sedentary, that they're able to develop and have good head control, all the complexities of respiration that they can maintain and develop without all of this intervention, means that they can avoid a lot of these threats to their lives. So,
Lorelei, I'm going to bring you into this discussion focused on, however you might define it, goals or preferences for a next future treatment. What are your thoughts?
I think, like some of our panelists have alluded to, it really depends on where you are in the journey. Like for us, with Isaac being 13 and having already had so much impact to his life, a next treatment in his case, it would have to be something that would be reversing, some of the damage that he's already had, or eliminating seizures without having the side effect of having him sleep all day. Because there are other seizure medications we haven't tried, but all of them have so many side effects. But earlier in the journey, like just arresting the further deterioration from the disease would have been great. Earlier, like saving his ability to swallow and do things safely would have been fantastic. Yes, so it really depends on where anyone is in the disease. In Isaac's own case, it would be reversing symptoms, but I'm excited for stopping it for others.
No, of course, and again, totally. We totally acknowledge that it is so dependent on where people are in their disease journey. It is so specific and particular. But for Isaac and reversing some of the progression that's happened. I mean, what if something could come along and do that? What would he need to for you to say that his quality of life is improved? I think we could think of various degrees of reversal, right? And so, it's maybe hard, and maybe you haven't thought about this specifically, but to whatever degree that maybe you can comment on that, I'd love to understand what might be a benchmark or a milestone that would be valuable to him.
Valuable to him versus valuable to all of us as his caregivers and interactions. If I had to pick probably, top one for me, just to see him smile consistently and or verbalize anything would be amazing at this point. He does smile inconsistently, but to do it regularly would be amazing. For him, even getting off of some of the respiratory treatments that we have had to add on so that he wasn't taking up so much of his day with, we got to do that next treatment. So those would probably be the top two things if we could roll back the clock on, would be good.
No, that's so very helpful. So Lorelei, thank you for letting me probe you a little bit and dig into that. Jennifer, we're kind of going around here, sharing our a little bit of a wish list of what we would want to see from future treatments. What would that be for you all?
So for us, one of the things I've noticed after interacting with a lot of the other families in the rare disease community is Maddie still has a lot of her abilities. She is able to stand assisted. She can still speak, even though her speech is very slushy. So I wish that we could just stop, freeze time. Of course, I wish we could go back and regain when she could independently walk or run or do all of those things. But at this point, there's so few options that I just wish there was a way to just stop it or slow it down more so that she can keep these abilities. Obviously, if we had a wish list, it would be a cure. It would be let's get these kids back to what they used to be. But we want to do what we can with what we have. And I just really hope that something or someone out there sees this and it just progresses our advancements and our ability to help these children and stop or slow down what's happening so we don't lose our children more than we already have.
No, absolutely. But just to again make sure try to understand more when you say you're talking about if we could even slow down or stop progression of certain things. Are there I'm sure if if we were to say it, it would be everything, but are there certain key things, functions that are coming to mind that would be really key to hold on to if possible?
Yes, definitely. Her ability to walk is huge to us, for her to be able to play with other children or just be independent again, or even just keep, like I said, the ability of independence that she has. She can still use her walker a little bit. She's able to navigate her wheelchair. Another big thing is advances in, being able to eat, swallow. The moments we have where she chokes or aspirates a little bit is so scary. I want that to stop. And I'm very nervous about things in the future, like seizures. Thankfully, Maddie has never had a seizure. We know that is something that could be on the horizon for us. But being able to find something that would prevent that from ever happening for her would be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
No, and that's a really good example, because it's progression's not only stopping or slowing the things that are already happening, but preventing the symptoms that haven't popped up yet. Phil, coming around on this topic of short of that complete cure, what would represent something that would be meaningful to you?
Well, in the Sandhoff patients, we seem to have problems with autonomics, which affects blood pressure, heart rate. I lack the ability to sweat, so I can't go outside during the summertime. Can't go to the beach. So anything to help with the autonomics would be great.
Yeah. And so you kind of started giving some examples, but is it enough help to where you can go outside and enjoy certain activities? Are there other things that would help with?
Well, my blood pressure fluctuates, so even if I'm just sitting down watching TV and I get up, I can get dizzy, and
oh wow,
I've even passed out twice. But
yeah,
other than that, I don't know.
No, that is very useful. I was thinking, just going out into heat, but hearing that even within your own home, it's something as simple as just standing up from the couch. That's such a routine and normal activity of daily life. So being able to do that without that risk and probably fear of getting dizzy and passing out would be really important, I would think. So Dan, here we'll finish out here with you on this final question of the day. Reflecting back in your family's journey, what would you say kind of represents a key treatment goal that's short of that cure?
So looking back, and I think many of the families watching this, they will agree that any treatment allows you to stay in the routine you're in at that moment, because you get so used to being able to care for someone as the disease progresses. If you can stay the bedtime routine, getting them up, getting them to school is absolutely vital. But when I think about a physical symptom, to me, it would always be the ability to reach out and grab something, grab a toy, grab food, even holding a hand. And I think that's something that's not fully understood of the comfort. It not only just gives the child, but also the parent holding hands. And I think if we can do anything that maintains that, and then we can use that as a real focus in studies to be looking at what's important to families, I think it will make a big difference.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly said. So thank you so much to all of our Zoom panel. You've contributed so much this afternoon, and we're just so thankful for all that you've shared, and again allowed me to kind of probe and explore with you all. We do have a phone caller that I want to get to, but I just wanted to thank you all before I jumped and started talking with them. So we do have Katie from South Carolina, and who wants to share some of her treatment goals. And so, Katie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hello, I'm Katie. I got diagnosed with Tay-Sachs when I was 24. And I just want to find a cure. There's no cure right now. And if I get to do treatment like gene therapy to help me stop from where I am, I would love that. So right now, my disease is progressing. It's a slow progression for the doctors, but it's a fast progression for myself. And if I could do gene therapy, stop this treatment, whether it be, I mean, if I could live my life today as is, not get worse, it'd be a shitty life, but at least I'd be happy where it would be. But I would just hope this treatment would maybe slow down this progression or just stop my symptoms from getting worse and worse, because every day is a struggle and it's just getting hard and worse. So that's how I really feel.
Yeah, no, Katie, I really appreciate that. And you mentioned that you are progressing and certain symptoms are getting worse. And so I hear you loud and clear. You want to, if you could stop where they are today, that would be so valuable. Can you maybe just, if you don't mind, telling us a little bit about what is, which things are getting worse right now, that hopefully we would be able to stop?
It's walking, it's getting up and down from the chair, it's taking a shower, it's getting out of the bed. It's every single task I do in my life is involved around Tay-Sachs. It's 24/7 on my mind. Everywhere I go, I have to worry about if I'm going to fall. Am I by myself? I can't get up alone on my own. It's embarrassing. It's a constant struggle every day. Thank God I have a full-time job, but I'm limited. I can't really stand on my feet all day. I can't do that. So I really have to sit all day. And I love my job, but it's everything I do. This disease affects me and everything. Walking, talking, my speech is a lot faster than normal. Some days I have a high and low of like emotional breakdowns, suppression sometimes. Like, why me? Why did this happen? It's not fair that it's just so rare. Why did this happen to me? So basically everything in my life, every task, everything I do evolves around this disease. And if I could stop it today, I would be just elated. I'd be really happy and just be like, I'm happy. The disease is not great, but at least I'm stopping where I am. But that's not the case. Like, everything I'm doing, it's just getting worse and worse. Like, even 3 or 4 years, it's been a big difference in my life. I mean, the doctors don't think it's been slower for them, but everything I do, shower, walk up and down, get this, every task that anyone does is affected by the disease right now. Everything.
Yeah. And Katie, this has been extremely, important for us all to hear. I guess I just have one last question for you, which is, clearly it's super important to if you could, stop the progression where it's at. What worries you as you're thinking about your future in the absence of having that type of therapy? Is there anything you might be able to share?
No, it's not going to be. It's a bad future. It's not a great future. Yeah. I'm happy that my brain works right now, but this is a mental disease. It's going to affect me mentally. It's going to affect me physically. It's just right now I'm able to working, but this could affect my future, and I might not be able to work. I might not be able to drive my car. I might not be able to take a shower on my own. I might have to get a caretaker.
Yeah.
So it's looking at the future where it's just getting worse and worse, and it's not an easy thing to do. And looking at other patients who do have Tay-Sachs, whether it be older or younger, like everyone's very different. So everyone has different symptoms, but just seeing like an older person who's already in a wheelchair, like that's what's coming to me. It's going to happen. But when is it going to happen? I don't know if it's tomorrow. I don't know if it's next week. So it's just, I want to stop this so I can keep my life being as normal as I could. Yeah. But it's just getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Well, Katie, you're incredible. Thank you so much for calling in and being so open with all of us. It's our hope is that by hearing these things, we'll be able to, we kind of the collective we of everyone involved in drug development and review, can hopefully get to the point where we have that treatment that can help halt the progression. So just thank you so much for calling in. And sharing that. As we wrap up this, session and reflect on what would be meaningful from future treatments, I do know that we've gotten written comments Kathy, what do we see here?
Sure. So I think Katie speaks for the entire community, but Ken also shared from Newcastle, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, Kevin. An ideal treatment would be to stop the slow deterioration and wasting away of leg muscles and to find a suitable pharmaceutical that can smooth out the rough mental health episodes. And he was referring to the late onset form. Abby in Portland, who is the mom of a child with infantile Tay-Sachs, says, I think the biggest improvement to Levi's quality of life would come from a greater ability to interact and respond to people around him. And lastly, Heather from Conway, Arkansas. She says, if a current trial has been paused because of seeing a possible side effect that patients experience anyway, why can parents not make the choice to continue with the trial? I would rather deal with a possible side effect from medication that could slow or stop the progression than have my child develop the same thing and not slow or stop the progression. Yeah. So lots of, very deep and meaningful thoughts, and we just really thank everyone in the audience for sharing those.
Yes, absolutely. And so we are at the end of the portion of the day where we're able to have you all share your voices, but as today's meeting moderator, I just have to, truly thank each and every one of you that weighed in, all of our Zoom panelists, all of our callers, even these really deep and thoughtful written comments that have come in. You did what we set out to do today, which was to pull back the curtain, to truly understand what it means to live with GM2, for you to describe to us what your needs are, what we all should be striving, to try to address from future treatments, so that way they do impact what's important to you and to your loved ones and for your loved ones. It's been a long and emotional day, and that's from me just having listened. I can't even imagine being in your shoes and being so open with all of us. Just so from the bottom of my heart as the meeting moderator, I just personally want to, express my gratitude and appreciation, because today wouldn't have been what it was if you all weren't so, brave and open and vulnerable. So thank you. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, who will be providing some summary remarks. Giving summary remarks is an impossible task at the end of a day like today. But I know we're in good hands with my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer. Larry is a nurse by background, worked in clinical research at the NIH for 17 years, then went to the FDA, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drugs, where he worked as a regulatory scientist for 10 years. He's also, since having left FDA, been a champion for the patient voice and has been an integral part of helping plan this meeting. So without further ado, Larry.
Thank you so much, James. It's been an incredible day listening to all these stories, and I will do my best to try to summarize today. That it was a very complex meeting, and we heard so many different things. And I apologize in advance for any points that you think I should have made that I don't make. But please know that there will be a comprehensive written summary in the Voice of the Patient report that will come in a couple months after this meeting. So today our meeting was opened by Kathleen Flynn, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the National Tay-Sachs and Allied Diseases Association. This was followed with a presentation from Dr. Jacqueline Karp, who's the clinical team lead in the FDA's Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics in CEDAR. Dr. Karp shared that PFDD meetings are valuable to the FDA to learn from the experts, patients and caregivers of people living with GM2 to help facilitate treatment development, to design clinical trials and review new drugs for GM2. This was followed by a clinical overview of the infantile and juvenile forms of GM2, which was presented by Dr. Florian Eichler, who's a GM2 expert from Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School. He shared that GM2 causes Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases and leads to an accumulation of GM2 gangliosides. The infantile form starts in the first year of life, and it has the lowest amount of enzyme activity. There is no newborn screening currently for these conditions. Patients develop progressive weakness and coordination problems. There are less than 1,000 people affected in the United States, so it's very, very rare. And the infantile form is more common than the juvenile phenotype, and Tay-Sachs is more common than Sandhoff disease. One of the key characteristic findings is a cherry red spot in the retina. The infantile symptoms include elevated sensitivity, loss of sitting, seizures, and developmental arrest. And only half of infantile patients even survive to 3 to 4 years of life. The juvenile form is a little bit more heterogeneous. It's characterized by gait problems, speech disturbance, movement disorders, and behavior problems. The treatments are symptomatic, and there's no disease-altering treatments and no FDA-approved treatments. So then we had a panel of folks that we're going to discuss and share their stories related to infantile and juvenile GM2. We first heard from Jennifer, who's mom to Maddie, who has juvenile Sandhoff and was diagnosed at 9 years old. Maddie had met many developmental milestones, but struggled to get off the bus. She developed a wide-based gait and slushy speech. She has trouble controlling a pencil and persistent tremor that impacts everything she tries to do, and her symptoms are progressing. She now struggles with self-care and eating. Then we heard from Crystal, who's mom of 4-year-old Caden, who has Sandhoff disease. Caden started symptoms at 4 months of age. After his first birthday, he started head dropping and then lost sitting and coarse body strength. They need to always have a suction machine and emergency seizure meds when going outside the house, as he has episodes of choking on his saliva. Caden needs full assistance with his activities of daily living. Next, we heard from Kelly, mom to 8-year-old Kipley, who has juvenile Tay-Sachs. After developing normally at age 4, Kipley developed speech and motor delays. He developed a tremor, speech delay, loss of motor skills, and he's experienced cognitive decline and has behavioral issues and emotional swings. Kipley now speaks with one-word phrases after having spoken clearly when he was younger, and he continues to decline. And lastly, in this session, we heard from Kate, who's mom to 3-year-old Felix, who was diagnosed with infantile Tay-Sachs at 18 months old. She said Felix has progressively lost all of the abilities he had previously developed. Felix is not able to attend school, and his learning level is similar to a 3-month-old child. The symptoms that impact him the most are seizures, severe hypotonia, and dysphagia, and he has needed a G-tube since age 2. So overall in this session, we heard that GM2, it's rapidly and devastatingly progressive, and it affects multiple body systems. Children gradually lose skills that they previously had, and they have challenges with seizures, swallowing and eating, motor skills, and cognition. Then we shifted gears a little bit, and we were provided with a clinical overview of the late onset or adult form of GM2, which was presented by Dr. Cynthia Tift, who's a GM2 expert from the National Institutes of Health and the National Human Genome Research Institute. She shared that late onset GM2 is characterized by onset in early adulthood with leg weakness, increased falls and challenges getting up from the floor. People develop unstable walking, speech difficulties, and sometimes psychosis. Late onset patients have slightly greater enzyme activity than the infantile and juvenile patients. The age of onset and the rate of disease progression is more variable. There's a large gap sometimes between symptom onset and diagnosis. And the anti-gravity muscles are those affected most, and gradually muscle atrophy occurs and a knee-locked posture is typical. Late onset Tay-Sachs patients have impaired speech, eye movement abnormalities, and cerebellar atrophy, while late onset Sandhoff patients have sensory neuropathy with numbness or burning pain in their hands and feet, as we heard later in the day. Sandhoff also has increasing cerebellar atrophy, which impacts motor control and speech difficulties and causes cerebellar syndrome. Both forms result in progressive disability and greater dependence on caregivers. So then, once again, for this, for late onset, we had a panel of people that had prepared statements. We first heard from Rachel, who's a wife and mom to her 2 daughters. She was diagnosed with late onset Tay-Sachs at age 29 after being tested when her brother developed Tay-Sachs. She has issues with speech, brain processing, with sight, and balance issues and clumsiness. People have mistreated her, thinking sometimes that she has a hearing problem. She's fallen in the shower and other times and has anxiety related to falling in the future and potentially more seriously and severely injuring herself. Next, we heard from Michael, who's 54 years old and was diagnosed with late onset Sandhoff disease around 18 years ago. He first noticed difficulty rising from a chair around age 28. He's fallen down the stairs with no prior warning. He experiences a slow but persistent decline in his mobility. He tends to avoid social activities because of the physical challenges. This has impacted his social relationships and he feels less connected. And finally, we heard from Sophia, who's mom to her 50-year-old daughter, Vera, who has late onset Tay-Sachs. Vera first had symptoms at age 9. She had speech difficulties, awkwardness, fatigue. The speech challenges impact her social life and her ability to have a job. She has to be careful when eating not to choke and needs help with her basic needs like bathing, dressing, and ambulation. She's had frequent falls with broken bones, and her decline continues to be progressive. So overall, for the late onset, we heard that adults are affected, that they have a longer progression period, but the progress is relentless. There's stumbling, weakening leg muscles, loss of arm strength, psychiatric issues, speech impairment, and these happen for most people. They experience anxiety related to falling, to needing walkers and wheelchairs, and the complete loss of independence, which then affects job security, supporting a family, traveling, and having a social life. In the afternoon, we focused more on treatments for GM2. So what are people using to try to help treat the symptoms? And what are their hopes for future treatments? We had a panel of patients and people living and caregivers. We first heard from Mandy, who has 2 daughters that both have juvenile Sandhoff disease. Molly was age 9 and Maddie was age 6 when they were diagnosed. Both girls gradually needed to use wheelchairs, need feeding tubes, and stop talking. Maddie is now 13 and received gene therapy, but it wasn't effective and actually accelerated her progression. Both girls get PT, OT, and speech therapy, which we heard was very common. Maddie needed casting on her feet so that she could bear weight for transfers when she was standing from her wheelchair. Next, we heard from Carla, who lost her daughter, Talia, to infantile Tay-Sachs when Talia was just 23 months old. Preconception genetic screening had missed the diagnosis. They made the decision to provide palliative care and pain management for Talia rather than intervening with life-extending treatments. When considering potential treatments, Carla shared that if a new treatment only treated the body symptoms but did nothing to help the mind or cognition, she probably would not want to try that treatment. Next, we heard from Ken, who's 57 years old and was diagnosed with late onset Tay-Sachs 12 years ago. He has progressive weakness and needs to plan his outings. He uses a walker, which is very helpful, but says he goes out less and has less social contact. Ken takes vitamins and watches his diet. He's in a clinical trial, but he worries that it might prevent him from being eligible for any future trials. We heard from Allie, who's 28 years old and was diagnosed with late onset Tay-Sachs 2 years ago. She uses chiropractic care, cupping, and some physical therapy. She goes to the gym to use the treadmill and had recently got a wheelchair to help with mobility and falls. She used to be a great tennis player and now plays wheelchair tennis to stay active and preserve her skills. She said she's willing to try just about anything to help with her symptoms. And lastly, in this session, we heard from Rita, who's mom to 18-month-old Palmer, who has infantile Tay-Sachs. Palmer takes Keppra twice a day for seizures and baclofen for spasticity. He has a G tube for feedings and does PT, OT, vision therapy, and developmental therapy, which help him maintain his strength, even though these therapies are also challenging for Palmer to do. They also use numerous physical assistive devices. They weighed the potential benefits versus the amount of testing and procedures for a gene therapy trial, but ultimately decided not to enroll Palmer. So in this session, we heard about the tremendous unmet medical need that continues in the GM2 community and that there are no FDA-approved products and no disease-modifying therapies yet. We heard there's a lot of things maybe in development. There are many drugs that are used for symptom management, such as to manage seizures and pain. And the treatment approaches are highly variable, and considerations for quality of life are critical. And many of the people that we heard from today did express their willingness to participate in research. So thank you very much. And now to close the meeting, back to Kathleen in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an extraordinary day that shed light on what it is like for children and adults who are diagnosed with and live with GM2, and the impact that these devastating diseases have on those who lovingly care for them. Hopefully, it provided a better understanding of Tay-Sachs and Sandhoff diseases and the urgent need for approved therapies for these debilitating disorders. On behalf of the NTSAD Board of Directors and staff, thank you to the FDA's patient-focused drug development team, especially Ethan Gabor, Will Llewellyn, and Lena Merzog. We appreciate their guidance through the planning process over the past several months. Thanks also to Larry Bauer and James Valentine from Hyman Phelps and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been incredibly valuable. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for their production expertise and all the behind-the-scenes details they managed today. This patient-centric meeting is the culmination of many months of planning and collaboration. Our sincere thanks to everyone who had a hand in this important effort, especially my colleague, Deanna Gisilla, NTSAD's Director of Family Services, who worked very closely with today's panelists and poured her heart and soul into bringing this meeting to fruition. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you to our meeting sponsors and community advocacy partners. Finally, and most importantly, we are grateful beyond words to every individual, family member, and caregiver who joined us, especially those who courageously shared their experiences, both on screen and via the emails. We deeply appreciate the participation of those who are actively caring for a child, teen, or adult living with GM2, and those who are grieving the loss of a loved one who passed away from Tay-Sachs or Sandhoff disease. This meeting would not have been as powerful or as enlightening without each and every one of your voices. As mentioned earlier, in the coming weeks, we'll compile all the information from today's meeting, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report. This report will be available on the NTSAD's website and will be submitted to the FDA. If you wish to share your comments after this meeting, we encourage you to do so. Simply go to ntsad.org/GM2PFDD. Your written remarks will be incorporated into the Voice of the Patient report. This comment section will remain open on NTSAD's website for 30 days, until March 15th. A recording of today's program will be available for on-demand viewing immediately following this meeting. It will be accessible from this same webpage. Individuals and family members who joined us today will receive an email invitation from NTSAD for a virtual session as a follow-up for anyone who might find it helpful to process today's meeting. Please join us if you wish. This externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of GM2 research and therapy development. So once again, on behalf of NTSAD, to all those who participated in this meeting, thank you for making your voices heard.